Chapter 531. Hey, John, this fish is arowana. Looking at the fish swimming in the fish tank in front of him, Jiang Hai asked with some uncertainty. Because the fish in front of him at this time indeed looked like arowana, and it's a relatively expensive species. When Jiang Hai was in high school, his family raised fish for a while. Of course, they didn't raise expensive species like the arowana, but some small fish. At that time, his father didn't know who influenced him, but he began to like raising fish. At first, he only raised some small fish like phoenixes, traffic lights, submarines, and so on. Later, he felt that small fish were boring. He started raising maps, then arhats, then parrots, and finally fish for a while. In the end, these fish all died, but they accompanied Jiang Hai for a long time. It wasn't until after he graduated from college that his father gave up raising fish because the fish tank in the house was broken. However, Jiang Hai had followed his father to the fish market since he was a child to buy fish. He still has some understanding of fish. At least, he knows that arowana is the most expensive fish in the aquarium market. But aren't these arowana ornamental fish? Why does the Washington Convention protect this fish? Oh, I heard that this fish is indeed called arowana in Huaxia, but here, this fish is called beautiful hardened bonetongue fish, which is a variant of bonetongue fish. It is indeed a protected species in the Washington Convention. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, John also introduced it. Looking at the few big fish in front of him, Jiang Hai also lay there and looked at them. This fish is indeed very beautiful, but its research value is not too high because it is found all over the world. Seeing that Jiang Hai seems to be very interested in this fish, John also came over and explained to Jiang Hai. Arowana, also known as beautiful hardened bonetongue fish. Well, this scientific name is not as comfortable as arowana. This fish is a very ancient species of fish, which can be traced back to the Carboniferous period of the Archean era 360 million years ago. At that time, this kind of fish had already existed, and was comparable to the ancestors of sharks. 140 million years ago, this kind of fish was mainly found in Asia and the Indian subcontinent. But, with the division of Pangaea continent and the movement of the Earth's crust, this kind of fish had spread all over the world. In 1829, this kind of fish was first discovered in the Amazon, but they were white and golden. The most expensive blood dragon was discovered in South Vietnam in 1933. Other than that, arowana was found in Asia, Sumatra, Bangka, Borneo, Thailand, and other places. Later, people gradually divided these arowana into several types. Arowana, silver, arowana, and white arowana were the cheapest ones. Of them, of course, of arowana, white and white. Of course, of Burmese. Of Burmese, of course, of Burmese. This kind of Burmese python was different. The probability of albinism in the golden python was very high, especially in the case of artificial cultivation. However, these arowana could only be found by chance. According to John, there was also a Chinese man here. According to the Chinese man, the arowana here could be found in almost any quality. After all, this was Boston, and the United States was the leader of the world. He wanted to collect some rare species of fish from all over the world in his aquarium. Very few people would refuse to give them face, so the arowana here could be said to have all kinds of arowana. Apart from the silver arowana, there were also gold arowana, red arowana, chili arowana, and even golden arowana. If these fish were sold in Huaxia, the price would be very high. However, although there were many people in the United States who raised fish, they really didn't sell them at a high price. Anyway, I can't tell what's so good about this fish, John said, curling his lips as he leaned against the glass and looked at the fish in front of him. Hee hee. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also laughed. A person's aesthetic couldn't be forcefully changed. John didn't think the fish looked good, so Jiang Hai didn't have much to say. However, after listening to his introduction, Jiang Hai was a little tempted. He used to like raising fish when he was with his father. However, after he went to university, he didn't live at home, and the dormitory didn't allow him to raise fish. Jiang Hai didn't mind. Although he raised a lot of fish now, he had never raised ornamental fish before. Most importantly, from the sound of it, this fish seemed to be worth a lot of money. A platinum arowana was worth $300,000, which was much more expensive than a big bluefin golden spear. Unless it was at the level of the kingfish, a bluefin golden spear might not be able to sell for $30,000, let alone $300,000. It seemed that raising this fish was also a way to make a fortune. Of course, platinum arowana couldn't be raised by raising them. This type of dragonfish was extremely rare. According to John, there were two types of platinum arowana. One was the snow dragon, and the other was the platinum dragon. Of course, the price of the two types of fish was about the same. The snow dragon was a mutation of the silver dragon, while the platinum dragon was a mutation of other arowana. However, there were very few fish that could mutate. According to some people, there might not even be 1 in a million fish that could mutate. In other words, the probability of mutating was 1 in a million. Well, that was almost the same as 0. Arowana produced a lot of offspring. Although they took 5 to 6 years to mature, or even more than 10 years, each time they laid eggs, they would give birth to a lot of arowana. These arowana were carefully taken care of here, and they weren't sold here. Therefore, there were a lot of arowana here. However, there were so many arowana here, and none of them were white. Most importantly, even if he used the offspring of 2 platinum dragons, it wouldn't be of any use. They wouldn't be able to produce offspring. The success rate didn't increase by much, and Jiang Hai couldn't do anything about it except sweat. However, if he used spiritual energy to cultivate them, there might be a chance that they would become like this. Even if he couldn't get a white breed, it was inevitable that they would grow big and beautiful. The Americans didn't think of selling these fish in Huaxia, but Jiang Hai could. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at John. By the way, John, I'm very interested in these fish. Can you see if you can get me a few? Money isn't a problem. Looking at John, Jiang Hai looked at him with a burning gaze. Then, he lowered his voice and said to him. However, although his voice was low, Dominica still heard it. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "Here we go again." Jiang Hai really couldn't change his habit of eating fish. No matter where he went, he wanted to get these things. He wanted to raise their brown bear, and now, he wants to raise fish. But this time, she didn't scold Jiang Hai. Because the number of this kind of fish was not too small. The wild ones were naturally very precious, but the non-wild ones could be artificially farmed. It was just that the survival rate was slightly lower. It was still far from being extinct. Therefore, she didn't care that Jiang Hai wanted to raise this fish. Instead, she looked at the dolphins next to her. This kind of thing should be left to Jiang Hai and John to discuss. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, John couldn't help but frown slightly. If Jiang Hai wanted to buy other fish, he would have been angry a long time ago. But this kind of arowana wasn't very valuable. It was placed here to increase the number of fish species. Now that Jiang Hai wanted to buy it, he didn't know what to say. "We definitely won't sell it to you, but if you donate some money, we might give you some as a gift." After thinking for a while, he naturally couldn't directly buy something from the American government, but if he donated money and gave it to them as a gift, then it would be fine. Of course, he wouldn't be able to take the money donated. The fish would be donated to the zoo. Although it was just a different way of saying bye, it was much better in the eyes of outsiders. After hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled. Sure enough, this wasn't a difficult thing. In the United States, there were very few things that money couldn't do. He immediately agreed to donate $100,000. Of course, the fish he wanted was definitely worth more than $100,000. Hearing that Jiang Hai was so generous, John was obviously very happy and was even more enthusiastic about Jiang Hai. He was even asking what species Jiang Hai wanted and how many fish he wanted. Jiang Hai just smiled. He hadn't even bought a fish tank yet, so there was no point in being so anxious. Besides, he wasn't here to buy fish. After chatting with John for a while, Jiang Hai continued to follow him. After passing through the aquatic animal area, it was the terrestrial animal area. The terrestrial animals here were all protected. Jiang Hai even saw a Siberian tiger here. Of course, the Siberian tiger wasn't native here. It was only from the northeast of Huaxia and the Siberian region of Soviet Russia. It was the largest cat in the world. But now it did look smaller than the mountain lion. No matter what, it was still the strongest cat. Jiang Hai wasn't surprised to see this guy here. After all, there weren't many species in North America. This was something everyone knew. After the European colonists landed on the American continent, the species here were almost extinct. For example, large cats and the like were rarely seen here. After passing the terrestrial animal area, they came to the bird area. This area was very large and there were all kinds of birds. Some small birds were just in some natural cages, while some big birds occupied a forest by themselves. When they came to the largest forest here, John and the others stopped because they had arrived. Looking at the artificial forest in front of him, Jiang Hai also looked up. Sure enough, following his gaze, Jiang Hai also looked up. In this forest, several black figures were standing on the treetops at this time. Several pairs of fierce eyes were staring at Jiang Hai and the others. Chapter 532. This is the bald-head sea eagle's breeding area. Standing outside the area, Heartwarming said emotionally. After all, this is the national bird of the United States, the treatment is indeed different. Glancing at the small cages in the distance, and then looking at the small forest in front of him, Jiang Hai shrugged. The difference in treatment is really obvious. Oh, there is no absolute fairness anywhere, let alone in nature. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Dominica also said with a smile. Jiang Hai naturally understood what she meant. In this world where everything has to be paid attention to harmony and reason, people are not equal, let alone in the natural world where the strong preys on the weak. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai just smiled and then casually touched Cho-Cho beside him. Martha. At this time, Heartwarming also opened the cage and walked in with Jiang Hai and the others. He then put on a leather protective gear to protect his arms. After raising his arms to the sky, he shouted loudly. As his voice sounded, a figure flashed, and in the next second, a huge bald eagle also flashed from the forest and steadily landed on his piece of skin. The claws of the bald eagle are no joke. You must know that there is nothing they don't eat when they reach adulthood: wild boars, deer, fish, and even carnivores, they will eat them all. And this pair of claws is the treasure of these guys. Not only are the claws extremely sharp, but they are also very powerful. If you don't put a piece of skin on your arm, it's easy for these guys to scratch your arm. But even so, when this huge bald eagle landed on John's arm, it still knocked him back a few steps. After a while, he recovered, then slowly walked towards Jiang Hai and the others. But just as he walked over, Chirps on Jiang Hai's arm was already nervous, looking at this guy with a vigilant face. Just like when he watched TV at home, he would be nervous, not to mention now seeing the other party with his own eyes. But compared to the immature Chirp, this big bird called Martha didn't do anything and just stared at it. This is Martha, a 3-year-old female eagle. Her father was shot to death when she was young, and her mother was scared away. We only found her. She grew up here. Later, we taught her how to fly. Now, she is also the head eagle here. The flying skills of those little eagles are taught by her. Seeing Martha on his arm, Heartedef introduced her with a smile. Although the bald sea eagle existed alone in the natural world, each had their own territory. However, this wasn't the natural world after all. There wasn't enough space for these guys to have their own territory. This was just like tigers. Other than mating time, the males and females of tigers would not see each other throughout the year. Even at that time, the male tiger would be chased away by the female tiger after they were done with their business, not giving them any face at all. But now, look at the tigers in nature reserves and zoos. Not to mention sharing a territory with others, even sharing a territory with different species of animals wouldn't be a problem. Otherwise, where do you think the liger beasts came from? In a group like this, they would be forced to choose a leader like a pack of wolves. This leader was basically chosen by the humans, because the humans wouldn't watch them rebel against them. As for those troublemakers, well, if they weren't released back into the wild, they would be locked up, or they would just die. It was that simple. Then I'll leave it to it. Hearing Heartedef's words, Jiang Hai also nodded and put Chirps on the ground. Remember to watch its movements. It has no malice toward you. It wants to teach you how to fly. Touching Chirp's head, Jiang Hai said to it. He didn't know if it understood, but anyway, it's not nervous now. After seeing Chirps quiet down, Martha also jumped down from Heartedef's arm and strode to Chirp's side. Then, it jogged 2 steps and instantly spread its wings like a whirlwind. With a whoosh, its wings flapped powerfully a few times and took it off the ground. The movement of its tail made it like a missile, almost instantly flying into the distant forest. After making a circle, it landed again and looked at Chocho just like that. And Chirps looked at Martha's appearance and seemed to have figured it out. It imitated Martha's movements, ran a few steps forward, flapped its wings, and flew up with all its strength. But unfortunately, the first time wasn't so easy. Bang! Chirps, who had just flapped its wings a few times, dived down when it was less than half a meter above the ground. However, after it got up, it was a little confused, but it was not afraid. Instead, it looked at Martha in confusion. This is a good start. Seeing that Chirp seemed to have really learned how to fly, Dominica was also very surprised. Yes. In any case, its feet were off the ground. This was an improvement. At this moment, Martha once again walked in front of Chirps. After a caw, she took off again. Just like before, one had to admit that it wasn't easy for such a big bird to take off from the ground. But the bold sea eagle was really strong. It didn't seem to be too tired after taking off continuously. The second time was even faster. After circling around in the air, it landed on the ground again and looked at Chirps as if to say, "It's your turn now." Seeing its gaze, Chirps seemed to be emboldened and quickly ran a few steps forward. Compared to the general bald sea eagle, Chirp's physical fitness was much better. And most importantly, because it had been running on the ground, its claws and legs were still quite strong. This time, after running a few steps, it directly jumped up. At the same time, it flapped its wings. It tried to fly up, but unfortunately, after flapping 4 or 5 times, it flew about 2 meters high and couldn't fly anymore. But this time, it didn't directly fall down. Instead, it spread its wings in the air and learned from Martha to glide forward for a while before falling to the ground. But after this time, it was much more excited than before. This time, Martha came to its side again, but she didn't fly directly. Instead, she deliberately spread her wings, as if teaching it how to flap its wings to let itself fly. Of course, she also taught it how to control its wings. Speaking of which, the 3-year-old Martha wasn't a flying expert, especially in front of those wild bald sea eagles. But when it comes to guidance, it was really quite good. It was like a university professor and a kindergarten teacher. The knowledge of a university professor was naturally a few streets ahead of a kindergarten teacher, but when it comes to teaching children, 10 professors together may not be as useful as a kindergarten teacher. This was the role of guidance. Martha was indeed a good teacher, at least she didn't show impatience, and Chirps was like a piece of sponge that quickly absorbed the secrets of flying, and it flew higher and higher, more and more stable. After a few more attempts, Chirps finally flew up. Although it still didn't fly very high, it swayed and flew to a branch about 5 or 6 meters above the ground. Then it excitedly cried at Jianghai. Hearing its cry, Jianghai knew that this was its cry of excitement. Sure enough, after slowing down for a while, it was like a little kid who had just learned how to ride a bicycle. With a push of its claws, it flew down from the tree branch in the next second. It spread its huge wings and flew clumsily in the sky. Although there are still a lot of problems with turning, landing, and taking off, at least now it can fly, and it has learned to use its tail to turn. That's not bad. Looking at Chirps flying, Dominica smiled. This was not a small progress. It finally learned. Seeing Chirps flying slowly in the sky, Jianghai also nodded with satisfaction. In any case, Chirps finally learned how to fly. This also solved one of Jianghai's worries. After all, he promised Chirps that he would let it learn to fly. Chirps in the air also cried excitedly. After flying for about half an hour, it landed on the ground again. Although it fell a little, it didn't care. After getting up, it ran excitedly to Jianghai and kept jumping, as if to tell Jianghai that it learned to fly. Yes, it finally learned to fly. Good job. Jianghai put it on his arm again and lifted it up. He rubbed its head hard. And Chirps was also willing to let Jianghai pat its head like a puppy. Its eyes narrowed. It's finally a success. In the future, let it go back and train it well. It won't be long before it can fly very well. But if you don't have such a bird net in your house, you still have to be careful. Some birds that fly away won't fly back. On the other side, John also took Martha. He was very surprised to see that Chirps had learned to fly. Because he didn't expect Chirps to learn so quickly. He didn't expect Jianghai's white-headed sea eagle to be a little genius. This time, I really have to thank you and Martha for your help, Jianghai said. He walked in front of John and touched Martha first. To be honest, at this time it was indeed thanks to the help of this white-headed sea eagle called Martha. Therefore, Jianghai wasn't stingy and directly injected a scales aura into Martha. The moment the aura was injected, Jianghai felt that Martha's body had begun to change. In the future, it would become bigger, stronger, and smarter. And most importantly, it had a trace of connection with Jianghai. Of course, Jianghai didn't intend to take it under his command. Even if he was willing, John and the others wouldn't agree. He just wanted to give it a chance to become better. With a shake of John's arm, Martha also flew back to the tree. It now needed time to digest the aura's energy. Chapter 533. After solving the problem of Chiochio's inability to fly, Jianghai went to the research institute with John. He talked to the person in charge there about buying arowana. If Jianghai had talked to the scholars directly, he would have probably failed. Jiang Hai knew that most researchers had weird tempers. Some of them were born to despise the rich. If Jiang Hai had talked to them, he would have probably failed. But it was different if he talked to the person in charge. The person in charge was basically a manager or a businessman. They were willing to sell their extra things without ruining the research. In their eyes, those things were useless to them. They might as well sell them directly, especially when they saw Jiang Hai's $100,000. Everything was easy with money. Very soon, he took Jiang Hai to the pond where the arowana were kept and told Jiang Hai that he could choose his arowana. Jiang Hai had donated $100,000, which was more than 600,000 yuan. Naturally, he wouldn't choose the silver dragons for 600,000 yuan. After all, no matter how big a silver dragon was, it couldn't be worth more than 10,000 yuan. Apart from the silver dragons, Jiang Hai wasn't picky about the gold dragons and the green dragons, because they weren't very expensive either. The baby of a gold dragon was only worth 600 to 700 yuan. If it was from a large fishery, it could be sold for more than 1,000 yuan in the country. However, even if it was an adult, it wasn't worth 600,000 yuan, not even a high-back gold dragon. So, Jiang Hai only chose the gold dragons and red dragons. Taking advantage of the fact that this guy didn't know much about these things, Jiang Hai asked for an exorbitant price and chose 4 pairs of gold dragons in total, which were all raised for 2 years. Although they couldn't give birth yet, they were already half a meter long. They had a golden head and a blue bottom. Although they weren't the most expensive purple ones, such a golden dragon could be sold for at least 30,000 yuan in the country, and this was still a priceless one. After all, no one would sell these fish. In the country, these fish were feng shui fish. Only people bought them and rarely sold them. According to Jiang Hai's estimation, these 8 fish alone were worth more than 200,000 yuan, not to mention that he also chose many red dragons. He didn't buy the ordinary red dragons or even the orange ones. He only wanted the capsicum red dragons and the blood red dragons. These 2 kinds of fish are produced in Southeast Asia. Although Jiang Hai is very ashamed of those monkeys from Southeast Asia, these guys are still quite willing to give up on their godfather, the United States. It's just that some of the arowana were sent in batches. Although the arowana is extremely precious in China, in the United States, there are not many people who raise it. Jiang Hai chose 4 pairs of blood red dragons and 2 pairs of capsicum red dragons. The price of the blood red dragons was very expensive. With an average length of 25 centimeters, it could be sold for at least 8,000 yuan. As for the gold dragons of the same size, it would be deducted by a 0. What's more, the fish that Jiang Hai picked were all half a meter long. According to Jiang Hai's estimation, the domestic retail price of the 8 blood red dragons was around 80,000 to 90,000 US dollars. Just these 8 fish alone were worth 100,000 US dollars. The capsicum red dragon was even more expensive. It was easy to sell a fish that was more than a meter long after 5 years for more than 1,000,000 yuan. This kind of fish was the most expensive and common arowana other than the snow dragon and platinum dragon. Of course, these fish were only half a meter long now, but Jiang Hai believed that it wouldn't be a big deal if they grew to a meter long. After choosing these fish, the people here specially changed a pond for Jiang Hai so that Jiang Hai could raise them alone. Jiang Hai took Chocho and Dominica to the car. They were going to order a fish tank first and then come back to pick up the fish. Although the price of these fishes may not be as high as Chinese bahabas, long-jawed swordfish, and the like, don't forget, these are ornamental fishes. Jiang Hai can't just put them directly in the river. A fish tank is essential. And his fish tank naturally couldn't be like the aquarium of ordinary people. After all, no matter how big the aquarium was, it couldn't hold 20 arowana. So, Jiang Hai decided to build an aquarium wall. These small things couldn't be settled with money. He drove straight back to Winthrop. He didn't know anyone in Boston, so it was better to go back to Winthrop. To thank Dominica, Jiang Hai specially treated her to a good meal at the French restaurant in Winthrop. After sending her back to the homeless pet center, Jiang Hai went to a shop in Winthrop that specialized in selling fish tanks. Jiang Hai was a very famous person in Winthrop. After arriving, Jiang Hai explained his purpose of visit. The shop even gave Jiang Hai a discount. A wall made of fish tanks, including internal circulation and water filtration, cost Jiang Hai $2,000. Jiang Hai didn't say much and paid the full amount. After that, the shop owner brought his staff to Jiang Hai's villa and measured the place where Jiang Hai wanted to put the fish tank wall. The place where Jiang Hai wanted to put the fish tank wall was next to the restaurant on the first floor. This way, he could look at the water while eating. It was quite good. After the two people arrived, they began to measure the length, width, and height. Jiang Hai wanted to raise 20 arowana. Who knew how big these arowana would be after absorbing the spiritual energy, so everything had to be as big as possible. Jiang Hai planned to make the fish tank 3.5 meters high, the same height as the rack on the first floor, 2 meters wide, and 8 meters long. It was enough to put 20 fish in. According to Jiang Hai, such a big fish tank would take about 3 days if it was made of glass. Jiang Hai didn't care. 3 days was 3 days. Anyway, they were going to help with the installation. Jiang Hai didn't care. Did you really buy a lot of arowana? After the two people left, Bernice looked at Jiang Hai and gently poked Jiang Hai. She couldn't believe it. Jiang Hai really dared to buy anything. He wasn't afraid of not being able to raise them. I didn't buy them. They were given to me as a gift, okay? Hearing Bernice's words, Jiang Hai rolled his eyes at her and said seriously. TSK, they just bought it. If you didn't donate 100,000 yuan, they wouldn't have given it to you. But the Americans are really stupid. If what you said is true, then the 20 fish you bought are worth more than $200,000. They are really willing to part with it. Jiang Hai didn't know what Bernice's family did in China, because she never said it, but Jiang Hai could see that Bernice's family was very rich in China. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to set up a research institute in the United States. The Americans don't know much about this. Shrugging, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Indeed, this time he picked up some benefits. The most important thing is that he is not afraid of death. With the help of spiritual energy, even if he doesn't raise them well, these fish will grow at a speed beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and they won't get sick or die until they die. Jiang Hai, can chirps really fly? Just as Jiang Hai was dealing with Bernice here, Doliana and Marian ran over. Compared to the fish bought by Jiang Hai, they were more interested in whether chirps could fly. Of course. As soon as chirps was mentioned, Jiang Hai remembered that today's protagonist was not those arowana, but chirps. Thinking of this, he also wanted chirps to show its new ability, so he waved his hand. Chirps, who became a free-range chicken after returning to the manor, also jumped over happily. In fact, it also wanted to try flying, but Jiang Hai didn't let it fly, and it didn't dare to. Now that it saw Jiang Hai calling it, it also jumped happily. Looking at chirps, in fact, Little Ya and Bernice were also very curious. Can this guy fly? Even Azalina came out of her room and followed them outside. After arriving at the lawn outside, Jiang Hai waved his hand. Chirps also hurriedly ran a few steps, then with the help of her powerful legs, she stomped on the ground. As it jumped up from the ground, it opened its arms and waved them in an instant. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring up 90,000 miles. Although Chirps was just a white-headed sea eagle, compared to the primitive monsters, it was still much weaker. But now, Chirps was still very powerful when it took off. After flapping its wings a few times, it went straight into the clouds. While patrolling inside Jiang Hai's manor, the livestock that Jiang Hai brought back from the riverside couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the chirping birds in the sky. Chickens were also crowing, pigs were jumping, and sheep were also bleating. It must be known that the recipe of the white-headed sea eagle was still vivid in their minds. This was a kind of fear that was deeply imprinted in their DNA. Therefore, these animals couldn't help but be afraid. When Cho-Cho flew into the woods, it instantly attracted countless birds. This was also because they were afraid. They looked at Cho-Cho in the sky as if it was a king patrolling his territory. To be honest, Jiang Hai and the others' hearts were surging, especially the girls. Looking at Chirp in the sky, they were happy for it. They were also very excited. Looking at this giant bird flying in the sky, it really made them feel emotional. Even Little Yellow and Xiaobai stopped playing. They were a little stunned when they saw their little brother, which they used to bully, in the sky. This was especially so for Bucktooth, who had come together with Chirps. The relationship between the two beasts was usually the best, but looking at Cho-Cho's current state, the terror of a prey encountering a predator in the depths of Dai Fang's bone marrow still made it a little confused. On one hand, the Ji-Dong in its DNA was telling it to run quickly. On the other hand, his little brain was telling him that it was a companion and there was no need to run. The two completely different voices made him feel a little silly. However, although Chirps can fly, its spiritual wisdom is still there. After flying in the air for about 10 minutes, it landed on Jiang Hai's lawn again, with a face full of excitement. Hearing its voice, the girls on this side reacted and immediately surrounded it. This one touched it, the other one kissed it. They don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for it to be able to fly. Chapter 534. Hold the bottom and cut here. Make sure you don't cut it crookedly. Then, put the cut in this box. Do you understand? Standing under the vines of the vineyard, Aphrodite leaned on Jiang Hai's side with a serious face and told him the things to pay attention to. Unknowingly, the days of August finally passed. As time passed, it was September. More than 90% of the grapes in the manor were already familiar. Today was also the first day of grape harvesting. Jiang Hai had been at home for almost 10 days since he returned from Atlantic City. He didn't stay idle this week. First, he taught Cho-Cho how to fly, then he bought arowana. A few days ago, after the fish tank was delivered, he set it up for another day and let the water circulate according to the schedule. Although the water was very pure underground water, Jiang Hai still followed his habits in China. After 5 days, he drove his F-650 to pick up the arowana. In fact, Jiang Hai let the water circulate for so many days because it was unnecessary. Because in China, the water circulates for more than 4 days. The main reason was that drinking water in most of the cities in China was basically water from water treatment plants. Sterilizing substances such as bleach were added in the water. Not only did it cool the water, but it also killed most of the bacteria in it. Therefore, the water had to be boiled before drinking when it arrived at home. Raising fish also required a period of time because the chlorine in the water was very heavy. After putting the fish in, if it was some bad fish, it would be very easy for them to adapt. Many good fish died because of this. But in America, Jiang Hai didn't know about other places, but in Winthrop, his home didn't need to do this. Because the water vein in Jiang Hai's house was directly connected to the Alabama mountains, it was almost the same quality as the water from a certain mountain spring brand in China. It could be drunk directly and didn't need to be boiled. Of course, there would be some sand and the like in it. Therefore, every household installed a very thin water net to ensure that no residue would come over. Therefore, this kind of water could be drunk directly by turning on the tap. There were no chemicals or sand. However, to be on the safe side, Jiang Hai filtered the fish for 5 days before bringing it back. The top of the fish tank was directly connected to the second floor. There was a lid there, and Jiang Hai had to pour the fish in there. Before pouring them in, Jiang Hai consumed 4 pieces of spiritual qi and injected the spiritual qi into the fish's body. As for what these fishes ate, it was common knowledge in China. Feeding arowana meant feeding them alive. Although some people said that the fish's eyes would fall out, Jiang Hai believed that his spiritual energy was enough to help him. As for the small fish they caught, it was very simple. There were plenty in the river, and if there weren't in the river, there were plenty in the sea. Therefore, these guys didn't have to worry about their food. After being busy for 2 days, the fish finally settled down in Jiang Hai's house. Jiang Hai finally felt that he could relax a bit, but as the owner of the manor, the grapes ripened. As the owner of the manor, the most idle people in the manor, Jiang Hai and the others were called over by Dulles Gerard to help harvest the grapes. Hearing Aphrodite's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Because to be honest, he didn't listen carefully to what Aphrodite said just now because she was too close to him just now. Not only could he smell the faint fragrance on Aphrodite's body, but most importantly, his body was touching Aphrodite's back. With this gentle touch, Jiang Hai, who hadn't eaten meat for many days, couldn't help but feel a little spirited. What are you thinking about? If you want, I'll look for you tonight. At first, seeing that Jiang Hai didn't react, Aphrodite was stunned for a moment, but then she felt a certain part of Jiang Hai's body, and her face couldn't help but turn red. If it was a normal time, she would be happy that Jiang Hai had such feelings for her, but not now. It's not that she was shy, but because these grapes were personally planted by them, if they were to rot in the ground, she would be very distressed. Cough, you misunderstood, cut it like this, I know. Hearing Aphrodite's words, Jiang Hai smiled awkwardly, and then picked up a bunch of grapes to cut it, but as soon as he finished cutting, he was slapped by Aphrodite. Cut here, root here, not the vine, do you want it to grow grapes next year? You can't cut here, cut here. Hearing Aphrodite's words, Jiang Hai also smiled. To be honest, he really didn't know this, but after listening to Aphrodite's words, he also scratched his head and seriously cut the grapes. Teacher, you must be tired, take a rest. While Jiang Hai was seriously cutting the grapes, Connor Murphy in the distance also smiled and came over with a big box of grapes, and put it next to Dulles Gerard who was still cutting the grapes. Hey, I'm fine. Although he was sweating all over, Gerard waved his hand indifferently. In fact, his previous physical condition was not as good as it is now. After all, he was old and there were no major illnesses in his body, but minor illnesses were constantly occurring. But since he came to Jiang Hai's manor, drinking good water every day and eating food with spiritual energy, any minor illness can be cured. The extra spiritual energy could also be used to slowly transform the human body. So although Dulles Gerard is quite old, his physical fitness is really good. This can't be finished in a day, teacher, you still need to prepare the brewing. Looking at Dulles Gerard's unyielding appearance, Connor Murphy also smiled and forcibly pulled him under the grapevines. Okay, but I really didn't expect that this year's grapes could be harvested so much. Looking at the bunch of grapes in the garden in front of him, Dulles Gerard said with a satisfied face. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Hearing his words, Connor Murphy also said seriously. In fact, when the grapes were first planted, the main nutrients were concentrated on the vine in the first year of climbing, so the grapes will not bear grapes in the first year, only a small number of grapes in the second and third years, and then it will be the peak period of the grapes. This is naturally known to both O'Connor and Dulles, and they came here to make money for Jianghai. They can wait, but Jianghai can't wait, so they didn't buy new vines and grapes. In March, they directly bought 4-year grapevines and planted them. But according to their thinking, although they are old vines, they are still newly planted. It would be good if the vines could grow a little in the first year, but they didn't expect that Jianghai's manor was a treasure. What a joke! The grapes grown in the first year have already caught up with the amount of grapes produced by other manors in 5 or 6 years. Not only is the quantity good, but the quality of the grapes is also very good. I'm wondering, aren't we planting Cabernet Sauvignon? Why is it so good? Shaking his head, O'Connor pinched a grape and stuffed it into his mouth. The moment the grape entered his mouth, the clear fragrance, along with the sweetness and sourness, rushed straight to his taste buds. Although he might not be able to stand it if he ate too much, he had to admit that the taste was very good. It was even better than the grapes that could be sold outside. It's also because of this that I'm a little worried that it will be a little troublesome to remove the sugar. After hearing O'Connor's words, Dulles let out a sigh and picked up a grape, putting it into his mouth, and said while munching on it. The grapes used for wine and the grapes eaten were different. The grapes eaten were very sweet, accompanied by sourness, and it tasted very good. The grapes used for wine, on the other hand, were especially sour, accompanied by a bitter taste, and it tasted very bad. Anyone who had made wine before knew that very few people liked to eat it. However, the grapes had to be used to make wine. The main point of red wine was to remove the sugar in it. This was also the difference between Huaxia's ancient wine and foreign wine, but with Jianghai's spirit energy transformation. Now that Jianghai's grapes tasted very good, it was a little awkward. The grapes now were indeed Cabernet Sauvignon. They were very big, very plump, and very delicious. However, no one knew how these grapes would taste when they were used to make wine. However, they could only give it a try now. Okay, let's continue. According to Jianghai, there will be a way when the car reaches the mountain, and the boat will cross the bridge when it reaches the bridge. There's no point in talking about it here. Once we finish harvesting the grapes, make a batch, we'll know when we taste it. Seeing that O'Connor was a little worried, Dulles smiled. Although he had been making red wine for decades, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. However, he knew that he couldn't panic now. Moreover, Jianghai had also told him that these grapes tasted bad even if they were used to make wine. They could also be sold. One must know that in the United States, the price of vegetables and fruits wasn't cheaper than meat. With this bountiful vineyard, he wouldn't lose money if he sold these grapes. He could even make a small profit of a few $100,000. Of course, if they were made into wine, that would be the real money. Most importantly, Jianghai didn't think that these grapes couldn't be used to make wine. Everything had to wait until the wine was made. There was nothing to be anxious about. Unknowingly, the morning's harvest time was over. Jianghai and the others had harvested more than 30 boxes of grapes. These grapes actually only occupied about 1/10 of the vineyard. It seemed that they would be busy for a while. After lunch, because the weather outside was still a little hot, they didn't immediately go to harvest the grapes. Instead, they sat in the room and first removed the grapes from the vines. After removing the grapes, they threw them into a large wooden barrel. According to Dulles Gerard, this was the traditional winemaking method, although it was a little disgusting. Chapter 535. As for the steps of making wine, it was actually not a very difficult craft. Whether it was domestic Baidu or overseas Google, as long as one went online, they could easily find the steps of making wine. This was not difficult, but it was mainly divided into 8 steps. The first step was to remove the stalks, which was what Jiang Hai and the others were doing now. Remove the grapes from the stem and throw them into the wooden barrel. The second step was to crush them, which was to crush the grapes in the barrel. The third step was to ferment, which was to add yeast to the crushed grapes. This time was to test the skill of the master, which was Dulles Gerard. The reason why red wine was red was because of the fermentation of the peel. The astringent taste came from the seeds, which was the taste released by the grape seeds. After waiting for the local wine to be almost ready, they would use the juicer to squeeze the fermented wine, then filter it, remove the remaining peel and seeds, and continue to ferment. This stage mainly determined the taste of the wine. Different fermentation times would lead to different tastes. Of course, the most important thing was the existence of sugar. When the sugar was almost completely fermented, it would be dry wine. When the sugar content was between 4 to 12 grams per liter, it would be called semi-dry wine. When the total sugar content was between 12 to 50 grams per liter, it would be called semi-sweet wine. When the sugar content was more than 50 grams, it would be sweet wine. After the fermentation, the dregs would be removed, and all the residual characteristics would be removed. After that, it would be ripe, which meant that it should be put into the barrel. The barrel must be made of oak, and it would take about 2 years for the wine to mature. Of course, the current society was very fast, and too many people would spend 2 years waiting for these wines. So now, 99.5% of the wine on the market was all hooked. Mixing these new wines with some old wines, and after a few months, they could be directly bottled and sold for money. Dulles Gerard used the ancient method of making wine, and the steps were the same as these, but it was more manual than machine. Of course, things like juicing, filtering, and so on would definitely use machines, and manual labor would not work. But to speak of the most important fermentation, putting in the barrel, and crushing, he asked for manual labor. According to him, the most traditional wine in France had to be smashed by young girls. Take note, they had to be young girls. In other words, they had to be women who had never fought with men before. After washing their bodies, they had to go in and crush them. Therefore, in Europe during the Middle Ages, every noble would keep some of these women to make wine for themselves. But as you know, that was the Middle Ages. In this modern age, there are very few girls who haven't fought with men. Whether it's the United States or Europe, generally speaking, there are almost no girls who are still 14 or 15 years old. However, Jiang Hai had a lot of original ones. Look at Delina, Marion, Bernice, and Lilia. With some help from Jiang Hai, from a medical point of view, he had never fought before. However, Dana and the others were unwilling to step on them because they felt that their bodies might taint these grapes. Mainly, the 4 of them were the ones who went in to step on them. In fact, Azalina was also there, but she was too lazy to join in the fun. After throwing these grapes into the wooden barrels, Dulles told Delina and the others to step on one of the barrels when it was full. Whether it was Delina, Marion, Bernice, or Lilia, they were all very interested in stepping on this thing. Looking at the purple juice running around in front of him and the cheerful looks of the girls, Jiang Hai felt a little nauseous. He wasn't a masochist. After all, he was stepping on them with his feet. Originally, he was very curious about his wine, but after seeing this scene, he didn't want to drink it anymore. Well, the visual impact was actually quite strong. Jiang Hai didn't have the habit of drinking other people's foot-washing water, even if these people were beautiful girls. He didn't have such a strong taste. But if this wine could be sold for money, he didn't mind. After stomping on a pot of grapes, Dulles would sprinkle some yeast powder into it. Then, he sealed it up. After stepping on the grapes at noon, he continued to collect them in the afternoon. The winery in this manner had stopped producing wine 10 years ago, and the original owner had gone bankrupt. But he still had a lot of barrels and basins left, plus the ones that Jianghai bought. There were quite a lot of them. At least, it wasn't a problem to finish these grapes. In the afternoon, they continued to work and pick them up. Perhaps because of the experience in the morning, they were a lot faster in the afternoon. They picked more grapes in the afternoon than in the morning. And in the evening, Eduard Anderson and Robbins Garcia came over to help. They put the grapes into the wooden barrels, and the 4 girls continued to step on them. They were busy until 10 o'clock in the evening, and the day was finally over. Thinking that this kind of day would last for at least 5 days, Jianghai felt a little tired, mentally tired. Okay, I'll have to trouble everyone. When the wine is brewed, you can drink to your heart's content. Now, you can all go back. After clapping his hands, Jianghai stood up and said to everyone in front of him. Hearing Jianghai's words, everyone couldn't help but smile. After helping Dulles carry the things, everyone went back to their own places. Because they were only there to help, Jianghai didn't intend to pay them. Eduard Anderson and Robbins Garcia didn't want to be paid. To them, the wine was something that they would have to drink in the future. Although they didn't know, how could they drink it when they saw the girls step on it? But if they wanted to drink it, Jianghai wouldn't be stingy. Following Jianghai's order, the people who were still crowded in the square in front of the villa gradually dispersed. Jianghai and the others also dragged their slightly tired bodies back to their rooms. After taking their baths, they walked to the hot spring in the distance. Women always had some troubles, unlike Jianghai. After walking into the male bathroom, he took off his clothes and soaked in the hot spring. He had to admit that Jianghai's hot spring was indeed a good thing. As soon as he soaked in, he felt his body become much lighter. Even though Jianghai's body was now completely inhuman, soaking in the hot spring still made him moan a few times. After burying his body below his neck in the water, Jianghai casually touched the remote control beside him and pressed a button. A light shot out from the front of Jianghai's hot spring. Then, a 3D TV screen appeared in front of Jianghai. This TV was set up a while ago. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to just soak in the hot spring. Watching TV was also very fun. While casually playing the TV channel in front of him, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the bathroom beside him, followed by the sound of water splashing. Needless to say, Jianghai knew that Delina and the others were soaking in the water. Ever since this hot spring was established, Delina, Marion, Bernice, Azalina, and Aphrodite would always come here to take a bath, unless there was a strong wind or a rainy day. Recently, Little Ye had also joined them. Jianghai didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but after bathing in the hot spring, the skin of these girls had become better. Their whole bodies were shining. Thinking of shining, Jianghai thought of skin. Thinking of their skin, Jianghai's mind unconsciously started to fantasize about something. And when he fantasized, his hand unconsciously touched something that he shouldn't touch. This was the biggest difference between men and women. When women wanted to fight, they would always think a lot. This was also the reason why most women could endure loneliness. But when men wanted to fight, 9 out of 10 times, they would inadvertently touch something. Feeling the difference, Jianghai looked around, then picked up the remote control, turned the volume to the minimum, and then switched to the pay channel. After changing a few channels, Jianghai saw a romantic action idol drama from Japan. The female lead was called Kirishima Naomi. Jianghai liked her very much. She was a contestant with heavy makeup, and her face was always covered with a thick layer of makeup. Some people said that this woman looked like a ghost after removing her makeup, but Jianghai rejected him with a Prawalton sentence. What does it have to do with you whether she looks like a ghost or not? You just admire her, don't tell me you want to marry her and have children with her, so some things didn't need to be so serious, it was good enough to just watch. Just as Jiang was watching seriously over there, suddenly in the next room, Aphrodite suddenly said that she had a stomachache and went ashore to go to the bathroom. But in less than a minute, her figure appeared behind Jiang. Hey, looking at Jiang who was watching the movie seriously, Aphrodite patted Jiang softly. Ha! Cough, you. Feeling being patted by someone, Jiang reacted. As soon as he turned around, he saw Aphrodite, but he was startled. Just as he was about to say something, Aphrodite covered his mouth and pointed to the bathroom next to him. Why are you here? After Aphrodite let go of his hand, Jiang couldn't help but sink into the water. At the same time, he turned off the TV and asked Aphrodite in a low voice. This girl is too bold, she just walked in like this. I came to find you. TSK, it looks like you're not doing anything good. Instead of being on the ground being hit by the water, give it to me. Aphrodite looked at Jiang slightly worried look, licked her lips gently, and then said to Jiang with sparkling eyes. Ha! Hearing her words, before Jiang could react, Aphrodite had already rushed up. Chapter 536. Splash. With a loud noise, the towering water column flew into the air and turned into a drizzle. At this time, in the pool under the drizzle, Jiang and Aphrodite were already hugging each other. Jiang, what the hell are you doing? Hearing the splash, Bernice, who was in the next room, couldn't help but ask loudly. Hearing her words, Jiang also stood up from the pool. Jiang only managed to escape from Aphrodite's mouth after pinching Aphrodite's nipple a little. Oh, I just poked her hard. Hearing the voice on the other side, Jiang had nothing to say other than nonsense. And while Jiang was talking nonsense, Aphrodite took the initiative to squat down and look at Jiang battle in front of her. Then, she stretched her head over. Really, how old are you? Hearing Jiang explanation, Bernice couldn't help but grumble. Ah, SSS, ha. Laughing awkwardly, Jiang looked at Aphrodite under him and slowly leaned against the stone next to the pool. Now, he couldn't say anything. While enjoying himself, he had to be careful not to make any noise. After about 20 minutes, Aphrodite raised her head and whispered in Jiang ear, "My mouth is tired." Hearing her words, Jiang didn't have to think too much. It was already good enough that he didn't take the initiative to tease them. Now that they had delivered themselves to his door, what was there to be polite about? He immediately carried Aphrodite to the shore and the battle began. Why was Aphrodite gone for so long? At this time, on the other side of the bathroom, because after a busy day, these girls' physical fitness was far inferior to that of the monster Jiang. Now that they had soaked in the hot spring, everyone closed their eyes and rested for a while, preparing to soak comfortably and go back to sleep. But there were always some people who didn't fit in, such as Dinah Taylor. Seeing that no one was in the mood to talk, she swam away and began to look for her good friend Aphrodite. But after looking around, she was a little surprised to find that Aphrodite hadn't returned yet. So she quietly went ashore and deliberately went to the bathroom to take a look, but found that she wasn't there either. So she wrapped a bath towel around her and prepared to go out to take a look, but just as she reached the door of the female bathroom, she seemed to hear a low voice coming from next door. This made her a little suspicious, but she wasn't timid either. So she quietly went to the male bathroom. Just as she poked her head in, she saw that under the illumination of the light, Aphrodite, whom she was looking for, was lying on the long bench in the male changing room. She was holding a towel with both hands and stuffing one end of the towel into her mouth so that she wouldn't make a sound. On the other side of her, Jiang was flexing his muscles as he carried Aphrodite's slender legs into battle. Needless to say, it was obvious what the two were doing. Dana couldn't help but jump in fright when she saw this. Just as she was about to call out, she covered her mouth. Then, she quietly stood there and watched the battle inside. Unknowingly, she also felt that something wasn't quite right with her own body. Her consciousness had already substituted herself into Aphrodite's world, and through her eyes, there were some indescribable places that kept attacking her three views. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps 20 minutes, perhaps 40 minutes, or perhaps more than an hour, Jiang Hai finally stopped his battle. Aphrodite also breathed heavily and closed her eyes in satisfaction, enjoying the aftertaste of the impact. As for Dinah, she was already a little unsteady on her feet, but she still took a few deep breaths, then supported herself against the wall and slowly walked back to the female bathroom, entering the bath. About 10 minutes later, Aphrodite also came back. At this time, the girls also took a bath and returned to their own rooms. Apart from Aphrodite and Dinah, no one else knew that the battle just happened next door to them. Dinah's gaze towards Aphrodite was also a little different. The two of them lived in the same villa. After changing their clothes, everyone dispersed. Jiang Hai had already returned to his own room to sleep. It was the same for Aphrodite. She was really exhausted now, but her heart was unusually satisfied. Dinah bit her lip as she watched Aphrodite's back view enter the room. If this was possible, then she might have a chance. Just as everyone in Jiang Hai's manor was slowly drifting off to sleep, on the other side of the ocean in Huaxia, it was noon. In a modeling agency, AI Xiaoxi and Feng Yunchen had just finished their lunch and returned to their office. As Feng Yunchen and AI Xiaoxi semi-confirmed their relationship with Jiang Hai, their status in the company also rose accordingly. However, this actually had nothing to do with Jiang Hai, but mainly because of Qi Li. Although Qi Li couldn't wait to strangle these two vixens to death, as the saying goes, even if you don't give the monk face, you still have to give the Buddha face. With Jiang Hai here to take care of them, she couldn't do anything to them. Moreover, she had to ensure their safety. If anything happened to them, Jiang Hai would inevitably link it to her. This wasn't to say that Qi Li was despicable. Apart from Jiang Hai, this tree, she was going to hang herself here. The reason why she cared about Jiang Hai was that she felt a little different from Jiang Hai. Secondly, it was also because her main business now was the 4 restaurants, and Jiang Hai was her only supplier. If something really happened between Jiang Hai and her, then it wouldn't just be a matter of divorcing her. It was very likely that she would lose her money too. It was precisely because of this that Qi Li swallowed her anger to help Jiang Hai take care of these two emotional enemies. And most importantly, she knew that it was impossible for Feng Yunchen and Jiang Hai to be together. This guy was destined to be a mistress. However, this AI Xiaoxi was hard to say. She was younger than her and was not worse than her. Moreover, according to Feng Yunchen's words, her first battle was for Jiang Hai. Although Qi Li and Jiang Hai had only met a few times, she knew that Jiang Hai was a very kind-hearted person. He would definitely not let the woman who fought with him for the first time get hurt. It was precisely because of this that Qi Li would protect them. In the past, this company didn't dare to show off when a 9th-class rich businessman protected Feng Yunchen. Now, with the protection of the Qi family, who would dare to show off? Especially recently, after Jiang Hai and the imperial court reached some secret cooperation. The imperial court had always given the green light to the Qi family. After the incident with the Yin family, the Qi family could do whatever they wanted. No one would stop them. In this month, the Qi family's assets had increased by almost 1/10. And no one dared to trouble them. For a time, the Qi family was in the limelight in the imperial capital. However, as the old saying in Huaxia, a tall tree attracts the wind. There was also an old European saying that if God wants to destroy it, he must first make it crazy. Although the Qi family was expanding, the steps were not very big. This was also the decision of Jiang Hai and Qi Li. If one worked steadily and did not reveal any flaws, the money would be endless. However, if one left any weakness and was caught by the enemy, it would be fatal. Therefore, Qi Li had vetoed a lot of proposals recently, but she was still walking steadily. However, although they didn't expand excessively, in the circle of the imperial capital, the Qi family had steadily risen to the top of the second grade. For a modeling company like this, if they only relied on selling photos and models going out to participate in car shows and SG to take a commission, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. A modeling company like this more or less had some kind of outside wall transactions. As for those little models, they were very well informed. The Qi family was so powerful, and they even had Feng Yunqin and Ai Xiaoxi under their protection. No one dared to provoke them in the company, and no one dared to have any ideas about them. Even whether they came to work or not depended on their mood. If they wanted to take a job, they would take it. If they didn't want to take it, they wouldn't take it. This was their privilege. Of course, the premise was that they didn't lack money. Jiang Hai had given them a lot. "What are we eating tonight?" The two were in the same office. After sitting down, Feng Yunqin took the initiative to ask. "We just finished lunch, and you're already thinking about what to eat tonight. Sister Chen, I don't want to criticize you, but aren't you afraid of getting fat?" Hearing Feng Yunqin's words, Ai Xiaoxi smiled and casually turned on the computer in front of her. While waiting for the computer to turn on, she said to Feng Yunqin, "What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Hai likes girls with small muscles. When I get fatter, I'll train them into muscles. Jiang Hai will love me to death." Feng Yunqin stretched her neck, picked up the makeup products, and said while touching up her makeup, "Yes, but the premise is that you have to train faster. Otherwise, we don't know when we will go to Jiang Hai. If you are still fat and he doesn't want you, you won't have a place to cry." Ai Xiaoxi smiled and glanced at Feng Yunqin, squinted her eyes and said, "TSK. Have you thought it through?" Looking at Ai Xiaoxi, Feng Yunqin closed the makeup box and said seriously, "Ai, I'm hesitating." Hearing her words, Ai Xiaoxi sighed. She was indeed a little hesitant. "If you ask me, what's there to hesitate about? Just go and be done with it. You won't get married." Hearing Ai Xiaoxi's words, Feng Yunqin said with some disappointment. If she was Ai Xiaoxi, she might have already flown to Jiang Hai's side. But the problem is that she is not. After all, she is a person with a dark history. She will definitely not stay by Jiang Hai's side for long. In fact, Feng Yunqin has long wanted to go to Jiang Hai's side, but if Ai Xiaoxi doesn't go, she can't go. Now she and Ai Xiaoxi are bound. If Ai Xiaoxi doesn't go, then she can't go. This is a hard problem. Let's think about what to eat tonight. Hearing Feng Yunqin's words, Ai Xiaoxi also forced a smile. To be honest, she also wants to go to Jiang Hai, but if she goes, what she might face. She hasn't thought about it yet. Chapter 537. Sometimes, Ai Xiaoxi would think that if she had met Jiang Hai a year ago, would she have chosen to be with Jiang Hai? She didn't know the answer. Although she had a shadow of Jiang Hai in her heart, to be honest, she wasn't sure if it was love. In fact, people who were slightly older would ignore the word love. It wasn't like they were young people who had just come out of university. How could they have so much love and so much like? In fact, between men and women, the word love would gradually disappear after getting along for a long time. When two people first met, they had feelings for each other. That was called good feelings. Later, when they met, that was called lust. After the lust ended, it was called passion. After the passion faded, if they got married, it was called habit. Some people said that love was most afraid of getting used to, because when a person got used to another person, then this love would change. However, anyone who had experienced it would understand that it didn't change. This was all easy to say. Who could guarantee that he would be full of passion all year round? It wasn't like he was a stallion who had been injected with hormones. How could he be so passionate? Wasn't he afraid of killing himself? Anyway, no matter what others said, Feng Yunshin wouldn't believe it. In her opinion, women, especially women who were good-looking, only had two kinds of lives in their lives. The first kind was to accept their fate. They had to study hard from a young age, find a job when they grew up, marry a man, and work hard for half their lives. They had to stay at home to take care of their husbands and children, hoping that their husbands would stop fooling around outside and return home early. Then, they would make do with their lives until they died. However, although this kind of life was peaceful, there really wasn't much money to spend. Jiang Hai didn't know much about the situation in Feng Yunshin's family, but she was really afraid that she wouldn't have any money to spend. She didn't want to suffer grievances and be looked down upon. She didn't want to earn money with her own blood and sweat, so she could only take a shortcut. However, as a person, it was important to have self-awareness. The more money one had, the better. There were many things to consider. Feng Yunshin didn't want to suffer, but she also knew that she didn't want to just live off her youth. In her 30s, she was abandoned by a rich man and then lived the rest of her life like this. In comparison, Jiang Hai was her best choice. He was strong, rich, and good-looking. Since they were classmates, they knew each other well, and he was kind. If she really got together with him, she wouldn't have to worry about being kicked away even if she was old. Although she wouldn't be able to get married, her life would be secure. She was already very satisfied with that. However, Xiaoxi was different. Yes, she still believed in love. After all, she was a university student who had just graduated. Therefore, she was still a little wary of Jiang Hai. If she only maintained such a relationship with Jiang Hai, then she could ignore Jiang Hai. What Jiang Hai wanted to do was Jiang Hai's business. If Jiang Hai didn't care about her, then she wouldn't care about Jiang Hai. However, she was afraid. When she completely walked to Jiang Hai's side, she was afraid that Jiang Hai would abandon her. She was afraid that Jiang Hai would find another woman. She was afraid that she couldn't accept these. After all, in her mind, she still had a trace of fantasy about one-on-one love. She was afraid that she couldn't accept these, so she had been so hesitant. Not to mention anything else, just the relationship between Feng Yunshin and Jiang Hai, she didn't know what to do. If she was still Jiang Hai's mistress, then she could ignore these things, but if she was Jiang Hai's real woman, in her heart, at least for now, she wouldn't allow Jiang Hai to have any relationship with others, even if this person was Feng Yunshin. Feng Yunshin also experienced this, so she understood what AI Xiaoxi was struggling with now, but there were some things that she really couldn't say. Okay, what are we going to eat tonight? Looking at AI Xiaoxi's appearance, Feng Yunshin didn't force her and said to her with a smile. Tonight, let's eat crayfish. After thinking for a while, AI Xiaoxi suddenly raised her eyebrows and said with a serious face. That thing. It's not very hygienic. Feng Yunshin said reluctantly after rolling her eyes at AI Xiaoxi. Young girls like to eat these things: fried stinky tofu, spicy crayfish, fried rice cake, spicy hot pot, oden. But for someone as old as Feng Yunshin, she knew that those things were unhygienic and would get sick after eating them. But sometimes, what she said might not be useful, at least AI Xiaoxi would still secretly eat it herself. Hey, do I like to eat it? Hearing Feng Yunshin's words, AI Xiaoxi smiled and said foolishly. AI, I'll call Jiang Hai in a while and tell him to raise some crayfish, and then you can eat as much as you want when you go there. I really don't know what the domestic crayfish are fed with. Feng Yunchen rolled her eyes at Ai Xiaoxi and said speechlessly. Hello. Mom. Just as Ai Xiaoxi was celebrating that she could eat crayfish again tonight, her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw that the person who called her was none other than her mother, so she immediately picked it up. Hearing the call being picked up, a female voice with a strong Lu province accent was heard from the other side of the phone. I say, Near, it's going to be the Mid-Autumn Festival soon. Are you coming back at the end of the month? Listening to her mother's slightly cheerful voice on the phone, Ai Xiaoxi also smiled. Listening to the voice on the phone, Feng Yunchen directly turned her head. Although the Lu province accent is also a northern dialect, to be honest, it is quite different from Mandarin. Bing City has almost no dialects, and only Bing City has no dialects in the 3 provinces in the northeast. That's why when the people from Bing City went to different parts of the country to speak, the people from Bing City could understand them. But when the people from Bing City spoke, very few people from Bing City could understand them. This was because no matter what language they spoke, they would have some local characteristics. Of course, if the people from Bing City spoke Mandarin, they would still be able to understand. For example, Sichuan is known as the 3rd language. To be honest, if you listen to the Sichuan dialect, you can understand it better than Sichuan dialect. The Lu province accent is also very different from normal Mandarin. Not only is the name different, but the intonation is also different, and the pronunciation is also different. When Ai Xiaoxi's family called in the past, Feng Yunchen also listened to it, but after listening to it once, she gave up. I should be back at the end of the month. Listening to her mother's slightly relaxed words, Ai Xiaoxi also smiled and said. Since Jiang Hai gave her money, her family's problems were easily settled. After all, it was not a difficult matter. The money that should be compensated was paid, and the money that should be spent was spent. Under her instructions, she also spent 100,000 renminbi to renovate her house. Now, although her house is not very good, it is still considered above average in the neighborhood. It's good that you are back. Originally, your father did not let me call you, saying that he is afraid of affecting your work. But I still want you to come back to take care of the shield. The most important thing is that Xiao Jiang you mentioned, is he coming back with you? Hearing that Ai Xiaoxi is coming back, Ai Xiaoxi's mother also hurriedly asked. Xiao Jiang, maybe he can't come back. He is still abroad now. Listening to her mother's words, Ai Xiaoxi's face could not help but show a trace of awkwardness, because this is really not easy to say. The relationship between her and Jiang Hai is actually not that close, but last time when she took Jiang Hai's money, her parents suspected that she did something shameful outside, such as building a fence outside. Otherwise, where did she get so much money? At that time, Ai Xiaoxi had no choice but to say that Jiang Hai is her boyfriend, and she borrowed the money from Jiang Hai. She will slowly return it when she makes money in the future. Because Jiang Hai is rich, he is not very anxious. Oh, what a pity. We wanted to thank him in person. Hearing Ai Xiaoxi's words, Ai Xiaoxi's mother could not help but sigh. To be honest, she is really curious about this Jiang Hai. This is because she heard that a man who is willing to spend so much money on a little girl is probably not a good person. Although Ai Xiaoxi told them that Jiang Hai is actually not bad, who knows if this guy is a balding old fatty who is about the same age as her and still calls her auntie. If that is the case, her family would rather sell everything than let Ai Xiaoxi and Jiang Hai be together. But now that they can't see each other, she has no choice. Let me ask. To be honest, hearing her mother's disappointed tone, Ai Xiaoxi also felt that it is very difficult to handle. Hearing her daughter's words, Ai Xiaoxi's mother could not help but say, "Okay, work is important. If you can come back, then come back together. If you can't come back, then go ahead and do your work. You can come back when you have nothing else to do." After hanging up the phone, Ai Xiaoxi looked at the phone in front of her and could not help but rub her temples with a headache. "What's wrong? Headache?" Looking at Ai Xiaoxi's appearance, Feng Yunqin could not help but laugh. Sometimes, it is really a good thing that there are fewer people in the family. At least, she does not have to have a headache about this matter. Ai Xiaoxi looked at the phone in her hand and did not know if she should tell Jiang Hai that he still needs to think about it. While she was thinking, the lights in the imperial capital gradually lit up. As for Winthrop on the other side of the world, Jiang Hai and the others also woke up from their sleep. After a simple wash, Jiang Hai did not go for a run today. Instead, he changed his clothes and put on gloves and went to the wine manor. There are still so many grapes left to harvest. How can he have the leisure to run? When he arrived there, Dullisdale and the others were already there. It seems that he has been suppressed by the cowboys and fishermen, which made old Dulles very unhappy. He wants to prove his value. Chapter 538. At this time, Jiang Hai did not know about Ai Xiaoxi's troubles on the other side of the earth. In fact, even if Jiang Hai knew about it, he might not say anything. After all, he and Ai Xiaoxi were not in a relationship yet, so he was a little tangled. The most important thing for them to do now was to harvest the grapes in the manor as soon as possible. With yesterday's experience, Jiang Hai and the others improved their speed again today, and the effect was very good. The steps had been introduced yesterday, so Jiang Hai and the others only needed to follow yesterday's steps. In the morning, Jiang Hai and the others had harvested almost 1/8 of the grapes. It seemed that it would take less than 5 days for Jiang Hai and the others to harvest all the grapes. After lunch, it was time for Delina and the others to step on the grapes again. However, compared to yesterday's enthusiasm, they were much calmer today. After all, this was not a very fun thing to do. Not only were the grapes very slippery when they stepped on them, but the seeds were also very clumsy. Naturally, they had to step on the grapes barefoot. Otherwise, did you think they were stepping on them with shoes? Yesterday, they were playing. Today, they were working. There was a big difference between playing and working. Fortunately, the 4 girls did not complain much. Even Bernice, who Jiang Hai thought was most likely to go on strike, finished her work. After stepping on the grapes, Dulles Gerard and O'Connor Murphy carried them to a distance. They sprinkled the grapes with baking powder, covered them with a layer of something, and waited for them to ferment. They were experts in this kind of thing. Unknowingly, after the lunch break, the afternoon began to busy again. Fortunately, everyone knew that it was time to harvest the grapes yesterday, so it was not evening yet. Robbins Garcia and Edward Anderson had already taken their men to leave early. They also called back the women who worked in the town to help pick the grapes and peel the grapes. Of course, the work of stepping on the grape juice was still done by the 4 of them. This was because Gerald Dulles required girls who had not fought before, which also represented purity. Therefore, those women couldn't do it, and Dana and the others' identities were a little awkward. After all, they used to work in the service industry. Everyone in the manor knew this. Although their bodies had been repaired by Jiang Hai, they couldn't let others know about this. Therefore, they were still eating grapes. After everything was settled, although it was not like last night when it was already past 10 o'clock, it was not early tonight either. It was already past 8 o'clock at night. Winthrop was located in the easternmost part of the United States. In fact, it was somewhat similar to the 3 northeastern provinces of Huaxia. The sun rose very early in the morning, and the sky turned dark very late at night. Although the United States had different time zones, Eastern American time was still based on Washington's time. Therefore, it was already very dark at around 8 o'clock. But fortunately, with yesterday's matter as a foundation, today was a lot more relaxed. Jiang Hai deliberately took out some ingredients and let everyone have a good meal at his place before returning home. Jiang Hai and the others had been busy the whole day, so naturally, they were sweating. Therefore, they all ran to the hot spring to take a bath. This was now a regular activity for them. Lying in the hot spring, Jiang Hai didn't have any needs today. Although it was inevitable that Jiang Hai would rely on his little left and right every morning and night when he slept, after all, he had just fought with Aphrodite last night. Although he still had some desires, he wasn't particularly strong. He just lay in the hot spring and casually watched TV. But at this moment, a soft sound of footsteps reached his ears. Listening to these soft footsteps, Jiang Hai knew that it was definitely a woman's footsteps. Thinking about what happened with Aphrodite yesterday, Jiang Hai smiled. It seemed that she was more anxious than him. She was still bathing, and she came over again. Before Jiang Hai could speak, a towel with a hint of body fragrance covered his face. Shh! Hearing someone tell him to be quiet, Jiang Hai cooperated and didn't speak. Then there was the sound of water. Jiang Hai knew that another person had entered the hot spring. Originally, it was just a little standing, but at this time, it stood taller. And after that person entered the hot spring, it took the initiative to lie down just as Jiang Hai thought. But just as the two sides came into contact, Jiang Hai's body suddenly froze because this feeling seemed a little different. So he instantly took down the towel covering his face, and the situation in front of him gave him a fright. The movements and shape were exactly the same as he imagined, but the person was different. Because the person lying in front of him at this time was not the Aphrodite he imagined, but Dinah Taylor. Why? Why is it you? As soon as he saw Dinah Taylor, Jiang Hai immediately called out. But just as he spoke normally, he felt that it wasn't good to speak so loudly, so he immediately lowered his voice and asked Dinah Taylor. Why can't it be me? Don't worry, everything I have is yours. Don't have any psychological burden. Dinah Taylor raised her head and glanced at Jiang Hai. Her eyes narrowed, and after speaking lightly, she continued to bury her head in her work. SSS, you should understand what I'm thinking. I didn't think about developing with you like this. Looking up, Jiang Hai felt that the method was completely different from Aphrodite's, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But we have the intention of developing with you like this. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Dinah Taylor continued. But this is unfair to you. I didn't have such thoughts when I saved you. Jiang Hai pressed Dinah's head and let her temporarily leave him. He looked at her and said seriously. Dinah also looked at Jiang Hai seriously. I understand what you mean, but now is not the time to think about this. I know what the situation between you and Aphrodite is. Since Aphrodite can do it, then I can naturally do it too. Looking at Jiang Hai, Dinah's eyes flashed with a trace of stubbornness and seriousness. But you have to think about it carefully. If we do this, then you have no way out. I can't give you any status. You may end up alone in this manner in the future. Hearing Dinah Taylor's words, Jiang Hai sighed. Sometimes, it was not a good thing to meet a girl who was too stubborn. For example, now he was very embarrassed. We didn't have any way out. Originally, we didn't have a way out. From the first day we entered your manor, we were already yours. Our hearts, our bodies, and even our souls belong to you. We didn't have any other choice, but in your eyes, we still had other choices. If we could stay by your side for the rest of our lives, that would be enough for us. Dana said seriously while looking at Jiang Hai. She had never discussed these things with Jiang Hai before, but she knew that with Aphrodite's personality, there were some things that she wouldn't be able to say out loud. Thus, she could only let her say it and let Jiang Hai understand their intentions. This. Looking at Dinah's "I'm very serious" face, Jiang Hai really didn't know what to say. Stop dawdling. If you're a man, then fight. Seeing that Jiang Hai was still a little hesitant, Dana also pressed her body completely against Jiang Hai's side. Her face was pressed against Jiang Hai's face, and her small mouth came to Jiang Hai's ear. She whispered as she exhaled. When she finished speaking, she purposely sucked on Jiang Hai's earlobe. Jiang Hai had never experienced this kind of action before. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. His originally clear eyes turned red at this time. A dragon's nature was like that. Now that the arrow was on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. Jiang Hai's hands exerted force and directly swapped Dinah Taylor out of the hot spring. Fortunately, he was still conscious and knew that he couldn't have her here. This would be too unfair to her. He carried her into the changing room. Looking at Dinah Taylor, whose body had been dyed pink, Jiang Hai also pounced on her. As for Dinah Taylor, she gritted her teeth and tried not to let herself make a sound. Originally, she thought that fighting was very painful. This was related to her previous experience, but for Jiang Hai, she was willing to accept this kind of pain. But when she felt Jiang Hai, she knew that the pain was only at the beginning. As Jiang Hai's fighting escalated, she found that this was the feeling of fighting, which made her endlessly addicted. If she had known that fighting was like this, she might have run to Jiang Hai long ago. It seemed that she had to be more proactive in the future. This way, she could maintain a good relationship with Jiang Hai and feel this different feeling. Why not? At this time, outside a special ward in South Korea's 3-star Seoul hospital, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face pushed open the door of the ward in front of him and walked in. The moment he entered, he happened to see a young man who looked like this middle-aged man sitting on the only bed in the ward, holding the hand of a nurse and saying something. In addition to a silly smile, the nurse would deliberately guide his hand to unconsciously rub her exposed thigh or plump upper body. After hearing the sound of the door opening, both of them were shocked, but after seeing the person who came in addition to the horror on their faces, there was also a trace of embarrassment. As for the little nurse, she directly broke away from the man's hand and respectfully retreated to the side. As for the young man lying here, he also smiled and propped up his body, calling out, "Dad. It seems that you are fine." Looking at the young man lying on the bed, the middle-aged man said faintly, "How can I be fine? Dad, I was beaten up. You have to avenge me." Looking at the middle-aged man's understatement, the young man couldn't help but shout at the middle-aged man. His shout was quite miserable. Chapter 539. You still have the nerve to shout. Do you know who your opponent is this time? Hearing the young man scream, the middle-aged man didn't care. He still looked at his only son calmly. He took off the glasses on his face, wiped them gently, and said calmly. Hearing what he said, the young man's face flashed with a trace of pride. I have already checked. That guy is called Jiang Hai. He is a Huaxia. Now, he opened a farm in the United States. He sells some beef and raises some fish. He doesn't have any background in politics or business. Looking at the middle-aged man, the young man said with a gloomy face. Obviously, he was beaten up by a country bumpkin. This made him very unhappy, very unhappy. Oh, you are not too stupid. You know to investigate the other party in advance. Not bad, not bad. You have made some progress. But do you know who the woman beside him is? Hearing the young man's words, the middle-aged man was a little surprised. Then, he nodded slightly with satisfaction. But then, he changed the topic and asked. That woman. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the young man couldn't help but think of the blonde woman with blue eyes. He didn't know what happened, but his heart that was originally filled with anger became hot and dry. Indeed, in his opinion, Pra Walton was quite seductive, especially that queen style. He really wanted to hold her in his arms and dote on her. But now, listening to his father's words, it seemed that the woman was not simple. Yes, if you want to deal with Jiang Hai, that woman is actually the biggest obstacle. Do you know who that woman is? Her name is Pra Walton. Seeing that his son was a little confused, the middle-aged man continued to say indifferently. Walton. That Walton. As the crown prince of a super-wealthy family, the first thing he did when he was sensible was to memorize the name list of the members of each family. At least, he absolutely couldn't miss out on the family name list. It was because you had to know that if you accidentally provoked someone outside, who knew what kind of family they were from. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. Although this guy was young and frivolous, he was not a fool, nor was he a pure playboy. He knew a lot. Yes, it's that Walton, the middle-aged man said calmly as he looked at the young man. SSS, this. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the young man couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that beautiful woman to be a member of the Volvo family. He was also shocked at that time. Although the Samsung Group belonged to South Korea, it had a lot of influence in the world. In the latest Fortune 500 companies, Samsung was ranked 13th. It could be said that it was one of the strongest private companies. In the whole of Asia, there were very few people who could compete with it. However, the Walton family's Walmart was ranked first in the world. They were ranked first in the world's top 500. The second was Hoa Xia Oil Company, the third was Royal Dutch Shell Oil Company, the fourth was Hoa Xia Oil and Natural Gas Group, and the fifth was ExxonMobil, which was the company controlled by the Rockefeller family. The sixth was British Petroleum Company, the seventh was Hoa Xia Imperial Power Grid Company, the eighth was German Daegang, the ninth was Japan's Toyota, the 10th was Switzerland's Glencore, the 10th was France's Total, the 12th was the United States Chevron, and the 13th was Samsung. But now, he was ranked 13th. He had offended the number one family, and the political relationship between South Korea and the United States was taken into account. It seemed that he had caused trouble for the family. Fortunately, the Pra Walton you have offended is just an ordinary member of the Walton family. I heard that her mother is an illegitimate daughter of the current Walton family. She was brought into the family when she was 8 years old. Although she has some talent, her background is limited. The Walton family will not go to war with us for such a woman. But if you dare to do anything else, then I can't say for sure. Offending the Walton family was not easy to solve. The Walton family was famous in the United States for being low-key and protective. The only good news was that this Pra Walton was not an important member of the Walton family. She was just an illegitimate daughter, so they would not go to war with Samsung. However, if the Three Stars Edge was still unwilling to give up, then their tempers would not be so good. I understand. Hearing his father's words, the young man lowered his head, but he was not satisfied. I know you are not satisfied, but this Jiang Hai must not be touched. The information you have investigated is still too little. This is some information about him. I hope you will give up after you see it. From today onwards, you will stay in South Korea. Without my order, you are not allowed to leave this place. Looking at his son, the middle-aged man could not possibly not know what his son was thinking. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and threw it in front of the young man. After that, he turned and left. After his father turned and left, the young man picked up the paper in front of him and looked at it. If Jiang Hai was here, he would be very surprised because the information on this piece of paper included almost all of his information. Including his background, his situation in the past few years, his grades when he graduated from high school, and so on. Everything was written on it. Apart from that, the things that happened in the past year were also written on it. In fact, anyone who was interested could find out if they did a little research. Whether it was the top-grade beef sold in the Chi family's restaurant in China, the top-grade beef sold in Walmart Sam's Club, or the beef sold in Shanghai supermarkets, these beef were all provided by Jiang Hai. This was also the reason why Pra Walton was with Jiang Hai. It seemed that this guy was a country bumpkin, but it seemed that this guy's strength was not to be underestimated. In addition to selling beef, this guy seemed to have a close relationship with the royal family of Dubai, Dufayman were Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. It seemed that he also had some connections in China. Although Jiang Hai was more than a level lower than Samsung, this guy's strength was also very deep. Not only was he related to Hua Xia, but he was also related to the Middle East. He also had a certain amount of protection in the United States. If Samsung wanted to mess with him, it would not be difficult, but Samsung would have to be prepared to pay tens of billions of dollars. Tens of billions of dollars was not even 1/10 of Samsung's total assets. However, this money was clearly not something he could use. His father probably did not have the authority to do so. Although Samsung belonged to the Lee family, it also belonged to South Korea. Whether it was the government or the directors, no one would allow him to take revenge on Jiang Hai. Moreover, the person who had authority over Samsung was not him, but his grandfather. Thinking of this, the young man sighed and leaned his head on the pillow. He was unwilling, but he could only suppress his anger for now. He would think about the specifics later. As if she could see that the young man was not in a good mood, the nurse who had been standing next to him quietly left the room. Although she had heard a lot of news, she knew that if she dared to leak this news, she would not be far from the day she would be finished. This was South Korea, and the Samsung Lee family was in charge here. Even the president of a country had to act according to their wishes, let alone a little nurse. She did not want to be found by others in the Han River one day. If that happened, she would not even be able to find a place to cry. By the time Li Zhihao reacted, the nurse had already been gone for a long time. Li Zhihao just curled his lips at the young man's lack of appreciation. He could not deal with Jiang Hai now, but in South Korea, he was still the well-deserved crown prince. Since he was unhappy in his heart, he had to vent this resentment. If a man wanted to vent his resentment, the simplest way was to find a woman. Therefore, after he made a phone call, many young and beautiful women came to his ward not long after. The middle-aged man was naturally aware of his son's actions. However, as long as his son didn't provoke those big forces and stir up trouble, he wouldn't care if his son messed around in the country. This could be considered another form of compensation. At this time, Jiang Hai did not know what happened in South Korea. In fact, ever since he beat up Li Zhihao, he did not care too much about this guy's revenge. Samsung did have a big reputation, but they were also very afraid of scandals. Look at those conglomerates and those families. If something happened, it would be sensational news. Jiang Hai was betting that this guy would not dare to find trouble with him. Of course, he did not care if he lost the bet because he had the strength. If it was in South Korea, the situation would be uncertain. However, he probably would not go to South Korea in this life. If they had the ability, let them come to the United States and Hua Xia to find trouble with him because he would probably only stay here permanently. However, if they dared to come to the United States and Hua Xia to find trouble with him, Jiang Hai would let them know that he was not someone to be trifled with. With this year's operation, Jiang Hai could be considered to be deeply rooted now. If others wanted to touch him, they would be linked together. At least, no one dared to find trouble with him so blatantly. With the support of the Walton family, the royal family of Dubai, and the imperial court of Huaxia, he could not touch some of the big shots, but he could deal with the little devils in an instant. After taking a good shower, Jiang Hai returned to his room, lay on the white jade bed, and gradually fell asleep with his quilt. On the other side, Dana Taylor, who had just finished fighting with Jiang Hai, also walked back to her villa. Chapter 540. Bang! With the sound of the door closing, Dana Taylor moved her slightly hesitant steps and walked upstairs. Originally, Jiang Hai wanted to let her sleep at his place for the night, or send her back himself, but she didn't agree. Instead, she stubbornly walked back by herself. Fortunately, Jiang Hai also knew about her situation, so after the battle ended, he used his aura to treat her. Tomorrow, she may recover to her original state, but it would still hurt a little when she walks now. Hey, Dinah, where did you go? I couldn't find you anywhere, and you didn't pick up the phone. I thought you came back first. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Aphrodite also walked out of the room on the second floor. She couldn't help but ask in annoyance as she watched Dana Taylor slowly walk up the stairs. Dana Taylor smiled awkwardly when she heard her words. I didn't do anything, hee. Dana Taylor whispered when she saw Aphrodite's concerned gaze. Really? Hearing her words, Aphrodite couldn't help but cross her arms and ask with a strange expression. Her scrutinizing gaze made Dana Taylor quite uncomfortable. Okay, my friend, I'll tell you the truth. Looking at Aphrodite's gaze, Dana Taylor raised her hand helplessly and looked at her with a serious expression. In fact, they lived together and were like sisters, so it was better to talk about some things. If they were to bump into each other one day, it would be quite awkward. Just now, Jiang and I, you know. Dana Taylor raised her eyebrows at Aphrodite and blinked her big eyes. I know. What do I know? You and Jiang fought. Hearing Dinah's words, Aphrodite looked like she had lived for a long time. Hey, what's with that expression? We agreed to give ourselves to Jiang. Yesterday, you and Jiang. I saw it all, you little pervert. Dana Taylor couldn't help but wrinkle her nose when she saw Aphrodite's expression. Oh my God, you and Jiang Hai actually fought. Well, actually, I'm not trying to stop you and Jiang Hai, it's just that. Well, you know, this is rather sudden. Apart from you, is there anyone else? Looking at Dana Taylor, Aphrodite looked at her and asked, her face full of questions. I don't think so. If I hadn't seen you and Jiang Hai yesterday, I wouldn't have gone to see him today. But you're really too much. Jiang Hai. Well, he's so comfortable, but you actually enjoyed it alone. You're a bad woman. As she spoke, Dana Taylor walked up the stairs to the second floor with an intoxicated expression on her face. All right. I knew I wouldn't be able to hide this from you guys for long. Do as you please. Raising her hand, Aphrodite said helplessly. Although she was the oldest among the girls, her personality was very delicate. By the way, do you have any medicine that can prevent you from falling for it? Looking at Aphrodite's appearance, Dana Taylor couldn't help but smile, and then walked to the door of her room. But before going in, she suddenly turned her head and asked Aphrodite. No, I didn't buy that thing. Hearing Dinah's words, Aphrodite, who was about to leave, stopped, then shrugged and said somewhat helplessly. Hearing what she said, Dinah on the other side also curled her lips. When Jiang Hai was with you, didn't he wear a raincoat? What if? What should we do then? When she peeked at Aphrodite yesterday, she clearly saw the details of the battle between Jiang Hai and her. Now she couldn't help but ask worriedly. If it's true, then give birth. Jiang Hai likes children very much. Hearing Dana's words, Aphrodite saw through this much more clearly than Dana and said with an indifferent expression. But given our identities, how awkward would it be if we really had a child? Dinah also felt a little helpless when she heard Aphrodite's words. She moved closer to Aphrodite and whispered to her. This matter was indeed not easy to resolve. Just listen to Jiang. We don't need to have too many ideas of our own, understand? Looking at Dinah Taylor, Aphrodite said seriously. Hearing Aphrodite say this, Dinah Taylor also bit her lip. This was the only way. Don't worry, Jiang Hai knows what to do. If you can have it, then you have to do it as soon as possible. While we still haven't decided on the hostess, if you have already determined your position, then it will be a good thing for you. Seeing that Dinah was still a little worried, Aphrodite patted her shoulder. Sometimes she thought too much, okay. Hearing Aphrodite's words, Dinah also thought it through. If she could really have a baby of her own with Jiang Hai, then it would be quite interesting. Thinking of this, not only was she no longer worried, she was even a little eager to give it a try. She turned around and walked into the room. Looking at her back, Aphrodite couldn't help but sigh. Jiang's self-control is still too poor, but should I also seek benefits for the sisters? Aphrodite muttered softly as she watched Dinah Taylor walk in. Speaking of which, Aphrodite and the other 10 girls were perhaps in the most awkward position in the manor. To tell the truth, apart from their admiration and gratitude towards Jiang Hai, there was nothing else they could do about it. They were quite satisfied with this place. Here, they could eat well, live well, and work was easy. Most importantly, they had respect and dignity. These were things they did not have before. Of course, the most important thing was that they could speak. They had achieved all these things here. It could be said that Jiang Hai was their backbone, and Jiang Hai was their master. Just like Prawalton's position in Cheryl Lee's heart, Jiang Hai's position was even higher. However, their identities were also the most awkward. They were willing to give and sacrifice everything for Jiang Hai, but because of their original identities, they weren't even qualified to be Jiang Hai's mistresses, let alone be the mistress of this manor. Now, they could stay here because Jiang Hai was still in charge of this manor. What if, by chance, there was a new mistress here in the future, and the mistress told Jiang Hai that she didn't want them to stay here? For people like her and Dinah who had some relations with Jiang Hai could protect them, but what about the others? After all, Jiang Hai wasn't young anymore, and it seemed that some things should be put on the agenda. In the past, she had been taking her time. It wasn't that she wasn't anxious, but that she didn't know what to do. But now, it seemed that perhaps she could slowly arrange for some girls to go to Jiang Hai's place. This would also be in line with their inner thoughts. With this thought in mind, Aphrodite slowly entered the land of dreams, and Jiang Hai also slept very comfortably tonight. After a night, early the next morning, Jiang Hai and the others continued to cut grapes. This was also the only work that they had to do recently. After 2 days of practice, they could be considered familiar with the task today. They cut the grapes quickly and completely. Bunches of grapes were placed in baskets, waiting for noon to pick these grapes out for the girls to step on. Although he had already decided that he wouldn't drink red wine in the future, Jiang Hai was still quite interested in making money with this red wine. In fact, there were a lot of things in food that couldn't be said openly. Once it was said openly, there was almost no way to eat anything. For example, this red wine was stepped on. Did you think it was Huaxia's noodle food? This was especially true for some handmade steamed buns shops, as well as the wheaten food near the northwest region. Without a noodle mixer, they were basically stepped on by women. Some were even stepped on by men. But without knowing it, it tasted pretty good. Many crayfish were raised in sewage ponds. Some people said that these crayfish grew up eating rotten human flesh, but this was nonsense. Although there were a lot of people in Huaxia, when people died, most of them were cremated instead of thrown into rivers, or sewers. The number of people who died in Huaxia wasn't enough to raise these crayfish, but it was true that they grew up eating garbage and mud. In addition, stinky tofu, roasted gluten, spicy hot pot, teppanyaki squid, rice noodles, and the like could all be problematic. For example, candied haws and roasted sweet potatoes were just slightly dirtier snacks, so there was no problem. Of course, the premise of these things being delicious was that they weren't exposed. Once they were exposed, there was no way to eat them. Unknowingly, Jiang Hai had already cut a basket of grapes. Just as he was about to move the basket of grapes into the winery, Dinah Taylor took the initiative to come over and help. Although Jiang Hai wouldn't have a problem moving a basket of grapes by himself, he wouldn't refuse a girl's help. What's more, something had happened between him and this girl yesterday. After moving the grapes into the winery, Jiang Hai was just about to go out, but he was stopped by Dinah Taylor. Then, after gesturing to Jiang Hai, she pulled him to the other side of the winery. What's the matter? Seeing that they had come to this place without people, Jiang Hai couldn't help but ask curiously. However, Dinah Taylor didn't answer Jiang Hai. Instead, she looked at him, held his face, and kissed him. When their lips touched, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. He immediately pulled her away and looked around nervously. You're crazy. If you want to do that, we'll talk about it at night. Deep down, Jiang Hai was still a very traditional person. Looking at the wilderness outside, the most important thing was that someone could come here at any time. He couldn't help but feel a little panicked. We can't wait until night time. If you want to get away quickly, then get rid of me as soon as possible. Looking at Jiang Hai, Dinah Taylor said coquettishly. Then she squatted down and unbuttoned a few buttons on her clothes. Looking at the scene in front of him, coupled with Dinah Taylor's early harassment, Jiang Hai couldn't stay calm in an instant. After looking around, he didn't care so much. After a few minutes, he helped Dinah Taylor up. The battle began. Chapter 541. While Jiang Hai and Dinah Taylor were behind his winery, in a secluded place with no cameras, something related to Jiang Hai was happening in the Middle East, which was 8 hours ahead of them. Speaking of the Middle East, the only person related to Jiang Hai was Du Feimin. Yes, this matter was also related to Du Feimin. Since he had reached an agreement with Jiang Hai to cooperate, he had bought a batch of cows back. There were 10 cows in total, and each cow was worth $1 million. The U.S. officials had come forward to settle the issue. After all, they were only Angus cows. The U.S. Customs did not know what was special about Jiang Hai's cows, so after a quarantine, the cows were allowed to leave the country. Then, Du Feimin directly flew the cows back to Dubai. After arriving in Dubai, he began to send people to study it. It turned out that after so many days, the research was almost complete. What Jiang Hai said was not wrong at all. Since these cows left Jiang Hai's manor, because of the lack of spiritual energy, they were unable to nourish themselves. There were no problems for the first 3 days, but after 3 days, the marbled beef gradually disappeared. Cows were living creatures, just like humans. If humans went to the gym every day to exercise, they could indeed develop a body of muscles. However, when one stopped exercising one day, the muscles could not be maintained, and they would become a piece of fat again. The same was true for Jiang Hai's cows. Eating grass with spirit energy every day would make their bodies mutate and become exceptionally perfect. However, once they stopped eating grass, the fat in the marble would gradually be digested. The marble disappeared and turned into ordinary beef. But generally speaking, this could last for a long time. However, these cows did not last very long without pasture. A week later, which was 10 days after the cows arrived in Dubai, although they were still abnormally strong, they were only left with 12% of the premium grade A frost beef, which could be obtained after the slaughter at the beginning, and this ratio continued to decrease. As for the grass he brought back, well, it survived, but it had become ordinary grass. According to Jiang Hai's estimation, the beef would become 5% in the end. It was guaranteed that there would be such beef, but that was all. Du Feimin did not wait for the 5% to decide whether to cooperate with Jiang Hai. Today, when the ratio dropped to 10%, he had already told his father about it. Du Feimin's father was the son of a Dubai sheikh. Although he did not inherit the throne in the end, he inherited a lot of development rights and oil. However, they all understood that oil was still very valuable now, but no one could say for sure in the future. Dubai was the best tourist city in the world, and they decided to do more in this area. However, what happened later was clear to everyone. Dubai almost went crazy and almost went bankrupt. In the end, it was Abu Dhabi and other countries that helped to settle this matter. Since then, they had been actively looking for ways to change and make money. Here, we need to talk about the political system of Dubai. Some people said that Dubai was not a country, but a city. This was not wrong, but it was also not wrong to say that Dubai was a country, not a city. The country that Dubai belonged to, on the surface, should belong to the United Arab Emirates. Its full name was the United Arab Emirates. Here, we need to explain that this country was not a complete country like Croatia, Britain, France, the United States, Germany, and so on. This country was actually a combination of many small countries. In fact, this was not quite right. Although these countries were nominally a country, whether it was in terms of politics, military, or geography, they were 7 completely different countries. The United Arab Emirates was formed by the merger of 7 chiefdoms, and the so-called highest organization was the parliament formed by the 7 chiefdoms. However, each of the 7 chiefdoms could not control the other. If there was an invasion, they would unite against the invaders. Normally, they were like friendly neighbors. You developed your own business and didn't need to care about others. Others also developed their own business and didn't need to care about others. There was no unified command, let alone a common leader. The 7 sheikdoms formed by the United Arab Emirates were the world's most powerful and richest financial group, Abu Dhabi, which was also the capital of the United Arab Emirates. Next was the Dubai Emirate, which had the largest and most populous city. Then there was Sharjah, the holy city of the Middle East. Asman, the guardian of the Persian Gulf. Kaifeng, the half-bird sheikh with the smallest population. Ras Haima and Fujairah, these tribal countries usually managed their own affairs and were not subordinate to each other. If one had to find a more similar description, it would be like the imperial court and the Thai province. Although the imperial court was China to the outside, the imperial court could not control the Thai province internally. After Du Feimin in Dubai told this news to his father also told the royal family. Afterward, the main members of the royal family gathered together for a meeting. Regarding Du Feimin's ability, the current sheikh, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Weha was the name of Du Feimin's father, and the current sheikh was Weha's brother, decided that they could give it a try. Although Dubai was short of money now, it was backed by Abu Dhabi, an existence that could burn US dollars like wood for warmth. For the royal family, they did not care about hundreds of trillions. Moreover, Du Feimin only wanted a piece of land in the beginning, plus some herders, security guards, and cattle. These things were not worth much in the eyes of the royal family in Dubai. If it was really like what Du Feimin said, as long as the profits were good, they could make billions or even tens of billions of dollars a year. They were very tempted. They liked projects like this that didn't require a lot of investment, but the profits were considerable. Soon after, they agreed to do Feynman's request. After obtaining the consent of the royal family, Du Feynman had already studied where to get a pasture. Although the Middle East was a place dominated by deserts, because most of the pasture was provided by Jiang Hai's manor, the pasture here did not need to be too troublesome. When a national organization was ready to do something, it was very fast. Enclosure of land, purchase of cattle, and manpower could be completed very quickly. At this time, Du Feynman also called Jiang Hai. At this time, Jiang Hai had just finished his battle with Dana. He was eating to replenish his energy when he received Du Feynman's call. Du Feynman naturally did not call Jiang Hai to exchange pleasantries. He wanted to tell Jiang Hai when he was free to come over and take a look at Dubai. He wanted to know if the land he encircled was reliable for raising cattle, but how could Jiang Hai know about this? It was only because of the miraculous spiritual qi in his body that he was able to achieve what he had today. He didn't know anything about grass seeds, pastures, cattle seeds, and so on. But at this time, he couldn't say that he was completely different. He just casually said that the manor had been very busy recently, and that he would talk about it after this period of time. He fooled around with this matter, but he knew that this time, his business was close. As long as the cattle farm in Dubai was built, he could earn 300 to 400 million a year just by selling pasture here. This was a regular income. He could earn $2 billion a year from selling cattle, $2 billion more from selling fish, and 300 to 400 million from selling pasture. Jiang Hai's annual income was almost $5 billion. This was just 1 year's income. Jiang Hai's expenses were mainly taxes, labor, and so on. Although this was still a far cry from going into the sea to salvage sunken ships, those sunken ships were just night grass and windfall for Jiang Hai. A horse would not get fat without night grass, and a man would not get rich without windfall. This was indeed a very correct saying. But if a horse only ate night grass, and a man only had windfall, it would not last long. How could one not wet their shoes if they walked by the river often? If he walked by the river often at night and was targeted by someone one day and turned into a ghost, Jiang Hai's secret would not be able to be protected. What would he do then? Therefore, sometimes, not all kinds of money could be earned. It was better to think clearly about some things. Jiang, who called you? That Middle Eastern rich man. When Jiang Hai hung up the phone, Bernice, who had just stepped on a pot of grapes, couldn't help but gasp and walk to Jiang Hai's side, and asked curiously. Jiang Hai had just returned for a few days, and that Middle Eastern rich man wanted to ask him to go out again. Oh, it's indeed that Middle Eastern rich man. That guy bought a large ranch in Dubai and wants to import our pasture. Hearing Bernice's words, Jiang Hai also smiled and said to her. He also knew what she was worried about. Grass can be sold for money. When Jiang Hai talked about this last time, only he and Du Feynman knew about it, so although Bernice was curious, she really didn't think that Jiang Hai could even sell grass for money. It seemed that this land was an out-and-out treasure. Originally, when she learned that Jiang Hai spent 280 million to buy such a piece of land, she wanted to laugh at Jiang Hai. But now it seemed that not to mention 280 million, even if it was 8 billion or 28 billion, it would not be excessive. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai chuckled. It was really not easy to explain that grass can be sold for money, so he remained silent. By the way, are you interested in going to Dubai to play? Looking at the surprised Bernice, Jiang Hai said with a smile while peeling grapes. Speaking of which, he really hasn't been to Dubai. Although he is unlikely to guide Du Feynman to build a ranch, if it's just for fun, he is still quite interested in this place. Chapter 542. Dubai. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bernice couldn't help but blink. To be honest, she had never been to this place. She had only heard of it before, but she had never been there. After all, she was too young when she was young. Later, she grew up and went to school. After graduating from university, she set up a research institute to study Little Ya's condition. Little Ya couldn't go anywhere, so she naturally couldn't go anywhere either. So she had only heard of Dubai before, but she had never been there. After all, it was the Middle East, a desert. Little Ya would die if she went there. But now Little Ya's body was much better than before. If she went there to play, she would have to prepare some sunscreen. Thinking of this, Bernice's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity. Then when are we going? Bernice's character was also very impetuous. Now that she was interested in Dubai, she wanted to immediately ask Jiang Hai when they were going. But after listening to her words, Jiang Hai smiled. Let's see if it's winter. It's too hot to go now, and there are still things here that haven't been done. Looking at her, Jiang Hai chuckled, and then said slowly. Indeed, it was still summer now. Going to the Middle East now was really looking for trouble. Moreover, the most important thing was that Jiang Hai was going to the Middle East to play, not to give pointers to Feynman on the ranch. Aphrodite, who was sitting on the other side, looked at Jiang Hai, who was talking and laughing with Bernice. The idea she had last night quietly emerged at this time. She glanced at Dinah Taylor, who looked a little tired after coming back. She didn't need to ask to know what this guy was doing when Jiang Hai disappeared in the morning. Although she was a little resentful of Dinah Taylor in her heart, as the eldest sister, she had to think about the others. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look at the third oldest among them, Hilda Leonard. Hilda Leonard was actually the same age as Dinah Taylor. They were both 20 years old, but she was 3 months younger than Dinah Taylor. Therefore, she was the third oldest girl here. Compared to the silent Aphrodite and the energetic Dana, this girl was much more shy. Usually, she didn't speak and just stayed in the corner obediently. When someone asked her a question, she would answer. However, if she felt awkward or sensitive, she would run away. If she didn't run away, her body would also turn red. She was truly a very shy girl. According to Jiang Hai's understanding, the reason she escaped from the orphanage was not only because she didn't have enough to eat, but also because a volunteer at the orphanage often hit her. And the girl who led the way to escape was the person who always protected her. So when the girl was about to leave, she followed her. But after leaving, she knew what hell was. Fortunately, she didn't sink into it for too long and was rescued by Jiang Hai. She wasn't so numb. Usually, Aphrodite and Hilda were relatively close. After all, she was the eldest sister among these girls. But apart from Aphrodite, Hilda was only slightly closer to her roommate, Paige Hole. Hilda, I'm going to the toilet. Come with me. Thinking of this, Aphrodite put down the bunch of grapevines in her hand and said to Hilda beside her. Hearing Aphrodite's words, although Hilda was stunned for a moment, she still nodded. After quickly peeling the remaining grapes, she wiped her hands on her apron and left with Aphrodite. After the two left the hall, they went to the women's bathroom next door. But just as Hilda was about to walk into one of the partitions, Aphrodite pulled her into one of the partitions. Seeing her action, Hilda's face suddenly turned red and she couldn't help but look at Aphrodite with some confusion. She didn't understand what Aphrodite was doing. Shoo, what I said to you, don't tell anyone else for the time being. Looking at Hilda's puzzled expression and the light blue eyes that were blinking at her, Aphrodite gestured to her and then said in a low voice. Okay. Hearing what Aphrodite said, Hilda hesitated for a moment and nodded. She knew that Aphrodite wouldn't harm her. Let me ask you first, do you like Jiang Hai? Seeing her nod, Aphrodite was temporarily relieved, so she asked. This. Hearing Aphrodite's words, Hilda didn't know what to say. Her whole face was like a monkey's butt, and she looked like she didn't know what to do. Aphrodite was depressed when she saw that she couldn't get anything out of her. If you like him, then you like him. If you don't like him, then you don't like him. Do you want to fight with him? Looking at Hilda's expression, Aphrodite asked with a serious face. Hearing Aphrodite's serious look, Hilda hesitated for a long time before nodding imperceptibly. Let me tell you, with our status, it's not very likely that we'll become Jianghai's wives. I think you understand, but we don't want to leave Jianghai, so we need Jianghai to protect us. Of course, maybe Jianghai will protect us in the future, but we can't expect that. I originally thought that Jianghai would be more proactive, but now it looks like we need to be more proactive. Dana and I have actually already fought with Jianghai. If you want, then it's your turn today. Aphrodite whispered into Hilda's ear. Hilda almost fainted when she heard Aphrodite's words. She really didn't realize that Aphrodite and Dana had already, with Jianghai. At the same time, when she thought about how Aphrodite said that it would be her turn tonight, she became even more Spartan. Her entire body was very stiff, her face was as red as a tomato, and she lowered her head. She didn't dare to look up at Aphrodite at all. Don't be so shy, Jianghai's personality is a taciturn gourd. If you don't take the initiative, then he won't take the initiative. I just wanted to tell you first that we'll go take a bath tonight, and then. Looking at Hilda, Aphrodite knew that things were already moving forward. After 10 minutes, the two returned here and started to peel grapes again. Looking at Aphrodite's appearance, nothing could be seen, but Hilda kept her head down the entire afternoon. Fortunately, she liked to hide in corners, so she wasn't discovered by others. Finally, unknowingly, it was night time. After calling for dinner, everyone dispersed again. After 3 days of hard work, they had basically harvested 2/3 of the grapes in the vineyard. Of course, this referred to the ripe ones, about a quarter of the grapes were not yet ripe. Or it could be said that about a quarter of the grapes were deliberately not ripened. Those were originally late ripening varieties. They were used by Connor Murphy to make ice wine. The ice wine of the northeastern United States and Canada was also very famous in the world. Therefore, when they were planting, they had already considered the existence of ice wine. These would have to wait until the end of October, when it snowed, to harvest. At the current speed, they would be able to harvest all the grapes if they worked for another day tomorrow and another half a day the day after tomorrow. After all the grapes were harvested, they would be crushed and then fermented. Jianghai and the others still needed to do some hard work, but that was about it. The main thing still depended on Dulles Gerard and Connor Murphy. Jianghai didn't know much about winemaking. After eating dinner and cleaning up, Jianghai and the others went to the hot spring again. After parting ways at the hot spring, Jianghai went to the men's bathroom. However, after lying down, he wasn't in the mood to take a bath. Doing this was addictive, especially for Jianghai. Jianghai originally had the same needs for this as ordinary people, but he wasn't particularly impulsive. However, ever since he got the Dragon Balls, Jianghai found that his control in this area was declining. In the past, he could still resist the temptation, but now, he basically didn't reject anything. The only thing he could control now was not to take the initiative to provoke others. However, if others provoked him, then, every morning, he would trouble write a little. At night, he would also trouble write a little. During the day, when he had nothing to do, he would have such thoughts. His physical fitness was 4 times that of ordinary people, so he almost didn't have to worry about the problem of his body being overdrawn. His recovery ability was strong, and his energy was even more powerful. Originally, he only troubled left and right these few days, but Aphrodite and Dana had teased him until he was a little distracted. Therefore, lying in the hot spring, his thoughts drifted to the women's bathroom next door. At this time, at the women's bathroom, seeing that everyone had started to rest, Dana Taylor's eyes turned. She wanted to go ashore. There was no need to say what she wanted to do on the shore. However, just as she was about to leave, Aphrodite pulled her back. Just as she was looking at Aphrodite in confusion, Aphrodite used her chin to point at Hilda, who was not far from her. Seeing Aphrodite's action, Dana Taylor knew that she probably didn't have a chance tonight. Hilda also saw their actions. Her body, which was already red from soaking in the hot spring, couldn't help but become even redder. Under Aphrodite's encouraging gaze, she slowly went ashore. Then, she wrapped a bath towel around herself and walked out of the women's bathroom, looking back every few steps. After hesitating for a while, she finally walked into Jiang Hai's men's bathroom. As soon as she walked in, she saw Jiang Hai sitting in the distance. At this time, Jiang Hai was just sitting there with a golden blade. She didn't know why, but after transforming into a dragon, his tattoo was revealed at this time. It was a mighty dragon with a broad back. Looking at it, Hilda's face became even redder. She could almost hear her own heartbeat, and her pace slowed down a bit. But no matter how soft her footsteps were, Jiang Hai, who was paying attention to the movements around him, still heard her footsteps. He turned around and saw that Hilda was actually standing there. When she saw Jiang Hai looking over, Hilda was like a frightened kitten. She squatted down, closed her eyes, and lowered her head, as though Jiang Hai could see her like this. Chapter 543. Hilda. Although they usually don't have much communication, Jiang Hai is still very familiar with these girls around him. Originally, he thought it would be Dana or Aphrodite. Of course, if the two of them came together, Jiang Hai wouldn't care. But how could it be this shy girl? Seeing this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but stand up from the water. After wrapping a bath towel around himself, he walked to Hilda's side, squatted down, and looked at the girl in front of him. Why did you come here? Did you go the wrong way? Looking at Hilda's appearance, Jiang Hai said to her with a smile. No, this, also, Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Hilda wanted to say something, but after speaking for a long time, she didn't even have a complete sentence. Jiang Hai listened for a long time and didn't understand what she was saying. I'll send you to the opposite side. Looking at her hesitant appearance, Jiang Hai shook his head and smiled, then was ready to help her and send her to the opposite female bathroom, but when Jiang Hai touched her arm, her hand suddenly grabbed Jiang Hai's wrist, and then Jiang Hai saw her squatting there and taking a few deep breaths. I came here specially, I want to stay here, stay by your side, so please do what you did to Aphrodite and Dana, After gathering her courage, Hilda raised her head and looked at Jiang Hai and said, but halfway through, her head lowered again, and then her voice was like a mosquito. Oh, if you want to stay here, no one can drive you away, you don't have to be like Aphrodite and Dana. Although I'm not a good person, I'm not a bad person, I won't force you to do such a thing. Hearing Hilda's words, Jiang Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These girls are thinking too much. These girls know Jiang Hai's secret, so Jiang Hai won't let them leave him easily. Even if they want to leave, it's impossible. If the news about Spirit Chi spreads, then wouldn't Jiang Hai be dead? No, you don't understand, I like you, I really want to be with you, so you don't have to feel burdened. I'm the same as Aphrodite and Dana, we are all, Hearing Jiang Hai's promise, Hilda on the other side breathed a sigh of relief, but then became nervous again. At the same time, she also wanted to give herself to Jiang Hai. This was what she was serious about. Looking at her shy but still stubborn little face, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Since the girl has already said so much, Jiang Hai won't be polite anymore. Have you really thought it through? Their eyes met, and Jiang Hai looked at Hilda, who was well versed in the arts, and asked seriously. Yes. Although she didn't say anything, Hilda nodded firmly. Seeing her like this, Jiang Hai didn't need to say anything more, and directly carried her into the changing room at the side. He untied the shy girl's bath towel, and in an instant, a perfect naked body appeared in front of Jiang Hai. Usually, he really didn't notice that Hilda didn't look too tall, only about 1.65 meters, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and the style of clothes she used to wear was very loose and casual. Now that she appeared in front of Jiang Hai naked, Jiang Hai discovered that she was actually so well endowed, especially her upper body, which should be the most magnificent Jiang Hai has ever seen. This made Jiang Hai a little uncontrollably pounce on her, and feeling Jiang Hai, Hilda also raised her head, biting the towel in an effort to not let herself make a sound, but then Jiang Hai's hand was no longer satisfied with a certain position, and began to slide down. Hilda, it's very trendy here. Is it because we're in the bathroom? Looking at the shy Hilda, Jiang Hai had the feeling of wanting to bully her for the first time. Leaning in her ear, Jiang Hai whispered. Please, please don't bully me. Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Hilda also said to Jiang Hai with a shy face. This is all Hilda's fault, who asked our Hilda to be so cute. Looking at Hilda's appearance, Jiang Hai also leaned forward and whispered to her. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Hilda suddenly turned her head, while gasping for breath, fixed Jiang Hai's head with her hands, and then kissed him heavily. After a long time, their lips parted, and Hilda hugged Jiang Hai's head, letting Jiang Hai's head firmly lean on her chest. If Jiang Hai really likes Hilda, then prove it to me, so that we can stay here with a firm heart. Listening to Hilda's words in his ear, what was there for Jiang Hai to hesitate about? With Jiang Hai's bugle call, the battle once again burned here, and the bath towel that was originally under Hilda's body also showed a color that shouldn't have appeared. I've been a bit depraved recently. Looking at his hand, lying on the white jade bed, Jiang Hai suddenly missed the feeling just now. After the battle in the bathroom, Hilda was not as strong as Dana. Jiang Hai still sent her back to the villa, but originally Jiang Hai wanted to go in and rest, but in the end, Hilda didn't agree. When they arrived outside her villa, she bowed her head to Jiang Hai and quickly ran into the villa. She was still too shy, but such a shy girl gave Jiang Hai a different feeling. In the past 3 days, Jiang Hai had changed 3 different tastes, and to be honest, he liked each of them very much. And today, Hilda's words made Jiang Hai a little irritated, but also a little excited and expectant. Today, Hilda said that if they didn't want to leave, then they could only offer their bodies to Jiang Hai. Although Jiang Hai wouldn't take the initiative to flirt with these girls, Hilda's words still contained a lot of information. She should be referring to Aphrodite and the other 8. Now, Aphrodite, Dana, and Hilda had already been with Jiang Hai. Didn't that mean that Paige, Sheila, Ashiria, Bridget, and Janice also wanted him? After a brief exchange of blows, the desire for battle that had just ended actually felt like it was about to erupt again. I can't be like this, I've fallen. He slapped his face and temporarily expelled his inner thoughts. However, the wretched smile on Jiang Hai's face proved that Jiang Hai's current heart was not as calm as he said. That night, Jiang Hai slept very soundly. He had a dream, a very erotic dream. The next morning, Jiang Hai just woke up, took a shower, changed his clothes, and then went to the vineyard. When they saw Jiang Hai again, Aphrodite and Dana didn't change, but Hilda had been deliberately avoiding Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai also knew that this girl was shy, so he didn't deliberately flirt with her. However, at around 10 o'clock, he had just finished cutting a basket of grapes when Dana came to help Jiang Hai carry the grapes. Jiang Hai and Dana were familiar with this kind of thing. After carrying the grapes into the winery, she pulled Jiang Hai to the hidden place from yesterday. What else was there to say? The battle started unconsciously. You just fought with Hilda last night, and you're still so strong today. Dana said to Jiang Hai as she felt Jiang Hai's attack from behind. She was really relieved that Jiang Hai wouldn't be affected this time. Of course, I'm your master. Jiang Hai said with a smile as he patted Dana's back. Tell me, between me, Aphrodite, and Hilda, who is the best? Dana rolled her eyes at Jiang Hai and asked Jiang Hai seriously. This. Jiang Hai heard her words and was stunned for a moment. It really wasn't easy to say. While fighting, Jiang Hai thought about how to avoid this topic. Looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, Dana couldn't help but frown and glare at Jiang Hai. Then, she exerted force, which made Jiang Hai suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment, the phone in Jiang Hai's pocket suddenly rang, which gave him an excuse. Picking up the phone, the person who called was actually AI Xiaoxi. Jiang Hai actually chatted with AI Xiaoxi and Feng Yunchen on WeChat every night, but the three of them were in the same group. They would tell Jiang Hai about what happened today, and Jiang Hai would also tell them about the evolution of the manor. Prawalton and Selena Gomez would call or text him from time to time. The relationship between the three of them was not as clear as that between Feng Yunchen and AI Xiaoxi. Now looking at AI Xiaoxi's phone call, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be stunned. It was 10 o'clock in the morning in the United States, so it should be the night of Huaxia. Why was she calling him at this time instead of sleeping? But although he was curious, Jiang Hai still picked up the phone. As for Dana, she closed her mouth, but she moved even more fiercely. Feeling Dana's movements, Jiang Hai didn't stop her. This was another indescribable feeling, but it was really good. Hello, Xiaoxi, what's the matter? Picking up the phone, Jiang Hai asked AI Xiaoxi on the other side. What are you doing? Will it trouble you? Listening to Jiang Hai's voice, AI Xiaoxi hesitated and asked. It's okay, I'm just cutting grapes. I'm almost done, just say it. Jiang Hai also said to AI Xiaoxi. Well, I want to ask, do you have any plans for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Hearing that Jiang Hai had nothing to do, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but ponder for a moment, then asked Jiang Hai. Mid-Autumn Festival. I don't seem to have anything to do. Hearing what AI Xiaoxi said, Jiang Hai remembered that the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a day for family reunion, but he hasn't celebrated this festival for 3 years. Chapter 544. That's great. If you are fine, can I trouble you to come back and accompany me? Accompany me home. Hearing Jiang Hai say that he was fine, AI Xiaoxi on the other side of the phone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Jiang Hai was fine, she could continue. Accompany you home. What's the matter? Hearing that she wanted him to go back to China, Jiang Hai didn't care, to be honest. However, the premise was that he had to go back to his own home. If he went back to his own home, he would naturally have Fu Yuan and his group of friends to play with him. He certainly wouldn't be bored. But if he had to accompany AI Xiaoxi home, Jiang Hai would be somewhat confused. It's like this. At the beginning, didn't you give me a sum of money? At that time, my family was really in a difficult situation, so I transferred the money to my family. Hearing Jiang Hai's puzzled voice, AI Xiaoxi hesitated, but still explained to Jiang Hai. After all, the money was given to her by Jiang Hai. It was really not good not to say where it went. Oh, you don't have to tell me these things. The money is for you. You can use it freely. Listening to AI Xiaoxi's voice on the phone, Jiang Hai nodded. He had heard about this matter from Feng Yunchen long ago. This was not a big deal. But after my dad and mom got the money, they asked me where the money came from. They were afraid that I had earned it by doing some shady work. At that time, I was also anxious, so I said that the money was given by my boyfriend, which is you, so they accepted the money. But now the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming. They want to see you. I don't know if it's convenient for you. Listening to Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi was indeed a little touched. Although money couldn't represent a man's love for a woman, a man was willing to spend money on a woman, which proved that she had a certain place in his heart. AI Xiaoxi listened to Jiang Hai's words and knew that she had a place in Jiang Hai's heart. However, it was hard to say how stable this position was, so now she was still a little conflicted. Ah, I see. Jiang Hai's first thought upon hearing AI Xiaoxi's words was, I don't want to go. However, even though he didn't want to go, when he thought about how rare it was for Xiaoxi to ask him for a favor, he felt that it wouldn't be good if he didn't go. Most importantly, if he really rejected her, he would be done for with AI Xiaoxi. This was because Jiang Hai had said that he had nothing to do at the moment. It was indeed inappropriate to reject him like this. Please, please. If you come, I will definitely treat you well. Please. Hearing the slight hesitation in Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but speak to Jiang Hai in a pitiful voice. Hearing her pitiful words, Jiang Hai chuckled. There were two main reasons why he didn't want to go. First, it was because the flight was too long and he was too lazy to sit. Second, it was because if he went, he would be a little embarrassed. However, since AI Xiaoxi had begged him, he couldn't refuse. After all, he did have a relationship with AI Xiaoxi. Okay, I will return home 2 days in advance. Let's talk about it when we meet. Hearing AI Xiaoxi's words, Jiang Hai agreed. It's okay if I'm tired. I'll just treat it as a trip back home. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, AI Xiaoxi was naturally grateful on the other side of the phone. After saying a lot of good things, she hung up the phone. Looking at the hung-up phone, Jiang Hai couldn't help shaking his head. He originally thought that there was nothing to do recently. Now it seemed that even if he didn't look for trouble, trouble would come to him. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoxi started gesturing with all her might. In fact, these days, she had been struggling whether to call Jiang Hai or not. Because she also knew that this was a test. If Jiang Hai didn't want to come back and meet her parents with her, maybe in Jiang Hai's eyes, she was just a toy. If this was the case, then she didn't have to struggle. Maybe she should set her position in her heart earlier. But if Jiang Hai was willing to come back, although she would still struggle, it would be a sweet struggle. Just like now, she was afraid to call, but Jiang Hai still didn't come back. So after a few days, she deliberately chose a time when Feng Yunchen was asleep to call Jiang Hai. But fortunately, the ending was what she wanted in her heart. Although she still struggled with her position, at least it proved that Jiang Hai had her in his heart. Jiang Hai was willing to come back for her and was willing to meet her parents with her. Since Jiang Hai was willing to make such a sacrifice, then it didn't matter if she struggled a little. Holding the phone and looking at Jiang Hai's photo on the screen, AI Xiaoxi couldn't help but feel happy. She was already thinking about how to treat Jiang Hai when he came back. Should she also give her behind to Jiang Hai? Why, are you going back to China? At this time, Jiang Hai didn't know AI Xiaoxi's thoughts. Seeing her hang up the phone, Jiang Hai also put the phone back in his pocket. Because of the phone call just now, although it was exciting, it distracted him. Dana Taylor in front of him also stood up and then squatted in front of Jiang Hai. She asked Jiang Hai while cleaning up. I may go back for a few days at the end of the month." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also nodded. Mid-Autumn Festival. Speaking of which, he really hadn't celebrated this festival in a long time. Now it seemed that he could go back to China to experience it. "Oh, there's still time, but you have to solve all our problems before you leave." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Dana Taylor laughed and once again posed in a new position. The battle continued. Half an hour later, Jiang Hai and Dana, who was walking a little light, returned to the winery, but at this time, the grapes were almost all picked. Jiang Hai rushed to cut a basket of grapes before going back for lunch. During lunch, Zhang Xian told everyone about his plans to return to China at the end of the month. Although it was only the beginning of the month, it was better to inform them in advance. Most importantly, he was going to Ai Xiaoxi's house this time, so it was inappropriate for him to bring other people along. It was better for them to understand the situation. Mid-Autumn Festival, we haven't celebrated it for a long time. Hearing Jiang Hai say that he was going back to China to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, Bernice couldn't help but be stunned, and then said with a little yearning. "That's because you haven't celebrated it for a long time, sister. I celebrated it at home the year before last." Hearing Bernice's words, Xiaoye smiled and said to Bernice. Hearing what she said, Bernice couldn't help but glare at her. "Then why don't you come back with me? Then go home and celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. After that, we'll come back together." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and said to her. He didn't know much about Bernice and Little Ya's family situation, but he really regarded them as friends. It can even be said that they are members of this manor. If they want to go back, it doesn't matter. Forget it, let's not go back first. Xiaoye's condition is still in the maintenance period. I'm afraid that the air or something after returning to China will trigger Xiaoye's condition. It's better to stay here for the time being. We'll go back during the new year. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bernice shook her head and said seriously. For her, the most important person in the world was Xiaoye. Although Xiaoye's condition was basically stable now, she still hoped that it would be stable for a few more months. Anyway, during the new year, Jiang Hai will also go home, and they can go back together at that time. Well, I shouldn't be away for a few days this time. Hearing Bernice's words, Jiang Hai also nodded. He indeed wouldn't be away for a few days. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Aphrodite couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Just as Dana thought, Aphrodite was still very concerned about whether Jiang Hai would complete her plan or not. Thinking of this, she got up and left to find Page Hall. Now was not the time to rest. She had to arrange the people for the night, and the person who should be doing it today was Page Hall. Compared to Hilda, Page Hall's situation was much better. Although she was very shy when she heard that this was an arrangement to serve in bed, she wasn't as shy as Hilda to the point where she couldn't even hide her face. Instead, she agreed readily. People's personalities were set by God. No one's personality was completely the same, including the personalities of Aphrodite and the others. Aphrodite's personality was calm but very passive. Even without Aphrodite, Jiang Hai also knew Dana Taylor. After interacting with her for 2 days, he could understand that this fellow's personality was bold and unrestrained. Hilda Leonard's personality was shy but very stubborn, which was also what Jiang Hai understood. Page Hall's Huaigu was decisive and daring. She was a girl with a lot of ideas, and Aphrodite might usually listen to her. But she would still listen to Aphrodite unconditionally on such matters, because what Aphrodite said would definitely not be wrong. As for the remaining 4 girls, their personalities were also different. Sheila Rodney's personality was free and easy, somewhat similar to Dana Taylor's, but also somewhat different because she almost didn't care about anything. She didn't care about how much money she made, whether she lived well, or what she wore. In short, she was very free and easy. Asheria Clive was a cute girl because she would often be absent-minded. While talking, she would look elsewhere, and then it would take a long time for her to react, and then she would blush and apologize to the other party. Bridget Nelson, on the other hand, was a very timid girl, but she would definitely complete the task given to her. Although Janice Joy was the youngest, having just turned 18 this year, she was the most gentle. Usually, Goldie and Xiao Bai liked Janice very much, and Delina and Marion were also her good friends. However, although they were about the same age, Janice and the others were different from Delina and Marion. Delina and Marion were Jiang Hai's daughters in name. They had the right to live here, and they had to take the initiative to fight for it. Chapter 545. What happened next was the same as usual. They picked grapes in the afternoon, and then waited for the grapes to be picked in the evening. After dinner, it was time to take a bath in the hot spring. This afternoon, Paige Hall was as shy as Hilda was the day before. But she was much better than Hilda. She did not delay her work, and even when she looked at Jiang Hai, there was nothing strange. She would just quietly look at Jiang Hai during the break, waiting for the night to fall. Finally, the sky gradually darkened. Boston got bright and dark early, just like the northeast of China. At around 6:00, the sky was already a little dark. Dulles and the others had finished picking the grapes and were ready to go to bed after dinner. But before dinner was ready, an old car drove to the gate of Jiang Hai's manor. In fact, the people of Winthrop were familiar with this car. Because the owner of the car was none other than the car of Warden Kirk, the mayor of Winthrop, who was nominally the largest town in the town. Seeing the mayor coming, Jiang Hai did not wait for dinner and directly opened the door to let him in. "Hi, Mr. Mayor, what can I do for you?" Looking at Mayor Wallace, who got out of the car after driving to the parking lot, Jiang Hai asked him. In addition to him, there were 3 people around him. They were basically not young, about the same age as him. After the 4 people got out of the car, they were still talking and laughing. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace also greeted him. "Oh, Jiang, it's like this, these 3 are my old friends. They heard that we are doing tourism here, and it's quite popular, so they came to take a look. At night, us old guys can't sleep, so we are going to go fishing. There are no suitable boats in the town, and some fishing boats have to pick up tourists to play tomorrow morning, so I thought of borrowing a boat from you." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace smiled quite happily. Recently, he had been beaming with success, just like the smile on his face right now. Winthrop's tourism industry, with the help of Jiang Hai, had been fully developed. Up to now, they had received a total of more than 900 tourists from Huaxia. These tourists were generous and kind. Of course, the most important thing was that they were generous. In addition to buying lobsters from Jiang Hai, they would also buy makeup products, clothes, bags, and so on. Naturally, they also had money for going out to play, shooting ranges, horse ranches, going out to sea, eating seafood, and so on. On average, each person would spend about $1,000 to play here for 5 days. In fact, this was not a lot. Of course, if you were poor and did not buy anything, but the tourists from Huaxia would more or less buy something. These things were very expensive in China, but they were very cheap here. Most importantly, the quality here was very good. Speaking of which, her clothes and makeup products were brought back from the United States, so 13 spaces would instantly increase. So, the tour guides on Jiang Hai's side didn't take the tourists to any shopping centers at all. They had to find and buy these things themselves, which was why they didn't have any complaints. With $1,000 per person, even if there were more than 900 people, Winthrop had already earned $900,000 this month, and that was not including the money for the tour groups to stay here. Jiang Hai could get about $250,000 of the $900,000, and the remaining $600,000 or so came from Winthrop's town hall and the residents here. Winthrop wasn't big to begin with, and every store here earned about $10,000. $10,000. That would be $120,000 a year, and that was only the money given by the Chinese tourists. His regular income was also included. It wasn't hard for the people who opened restaurants or small shops to earn more than $200,000 a year. Thinking about it, they were a little excited. They were sincerely happy for Mayor Wallace and Jiang Hai, who had brought such a big change to them. Mayor Wallace used the town hall's income to make money. Not only did he fix the public transportation system, but he also hired a lot of cleaners to ensure that the land and the sea were clean. After all, they relied on these things to make a living, so they naturally had to clean up properly. At the same time, it solved a lot of work problems. White Americans disdained to do this kind of garbage collection work. Black people were too arrogant and didn't like to do it, but immigrants from small countries still liked this kind of work because it wasn't too busy and paid well. Because of this, the Boston government specially sent Winthrop's town hall a commendation. After all, the current environment wasn't very good. Solving the work problems would be a great help to the government. Therefore, Mayor Wallace had been living quite well recently. At the same time, because Winthrop had become famous, many Americans nearby also came here to play. After all, for them, playing in Winthrop was much cheaper than going to a famous beach. For example, his old friends might not have seen each other for a few years, but now that Winthrop had become famous, they also came to play. But what was the night fishing they were talking about? No problem, but what's the matter with night fishing? There won't be any risks, right? When he heard Mayor Wallace's words, Jiang Hai nodded. It's just borrowing a boat, not his yacht. He didn't care much about the boat, but he was curious about night fishing. These old men wouldn't want to go fishing in the open sea for a night. That would be very dangerous. Jiang Hai didn't think that Mayor Wallace would want to go fishing for a night. Well, it's dangerous, more or less. We are going to go fishing in the open sea. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace said with a smile, and hearing his words, the three old men around him seemed to be even more excited. Go to the open sea. That's too dangerous. It's summer recently. Although there is no storm warning, everything is not accurate. Why don't you just fish in my fishing ground? Hearing Mayor Wallace's words, Jiang Hai said with some worry. Summer is the most important season for typhoons. Generally speaking, ships will avoid going out to sea during this time. Although it was already September, according to Huaxia's saying, it wasn't the end of the season yet. Even if it's summer, it's easy to have accidents in summer, especially at night. These old men are too bold. Fishing here. We can't fish anything here, we still have to go to the open sea. Who knew that it would be better if Jiang Hai didn't say it, but as soon as Mayor Wallace said, he almost spat out a mouthful of salt soda at Jiang Hai. He looked at Jiang Hai with a look of contempt. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled a little awkwardly. Indeed, the fish in Jiang Hai's fishing ground are not easy to catch now. He doesn't know if it's because of the water grass with spiritual energy or the feed that has made these fishes smarter, or their taste has become better. Of course, it's also possible that it's both. Anyway, the fish in Jiang Hai's fishing ground are quite difficult to catch. Generally speaking, if you come to Jiang Hai's fishing ground to fish with the best clam silkworms, the success rate of catching fish is pitifully low. In the past, when Mayor Wallace was bored, he came to chat with Jiang Hai. When he heard that Jianghai had a lot of good fish here, he became interested and wanted to go fishing once to take a look. One must know that there was no one on the coast who didn't know how to fish. But who would have thought that after 3 hours of fishing, he would only catch 2 palm-sized fish? This made him very worried that Jianghai would suffer a loss. So he took a pair of swimming goggles and went into the sea to take a look. As a result, he found that the fish in Jianghai's waters were dense. The density of the fish was not normal. Or in the sea, those places where fish were concentrated might not be so dense. But these fish didn't mix with the water, they didn't die, they were alive and kicking, and they didn't want to be caught. Since then, he knew that Jianghai's fishing ground was strange. He would rather fish for codfish at the small dock in Winthrop than come here to fish for grouper. So now, when he heard that Jianghai wanted to fish here, he almost spat at Jianghai to death. Okay, then I'll borrow your boat to fish, but I'd better go with you. I don't feel at ease letting you go alone. Looking at Mayor Wallace's murderous look, Jianghai also raised his hands to show that he surrendered. You're going too. Are you okay? What's wrong? You don't want to leave your boat. Hearing that Jianghai also wanted to go, Mayor Wallace laughed. I'm okay. How can I be okay? It's not that I don't want to leave my broken boat, but I'm afraid that if anything happens to you, the people in Winthrop will eat me alive. Anyway, you can fish here, or I'll go with you. How could Jianghai be okay? He had a date with a beautiful woman. Although he didn't know who would come tonight, he guessed that someone would definitely come. But Mayor Wallace and the others were more excited, and Jianghai definitely couldn't persuade them to go back. Rather than that, he might as well go with them directly. It was unlikely that these old men would really fish for the whole night. Okay then, when do we set off? Mayor Wallace also knew that Jianghai was worried about them, but they also knew that they weren't young anymore, and it would be more reassuring to let a young man like Jianghai follow them. So Mayor Wallace also raised his hand, indicating that he would rather let Jianghai follow than fish here. Absolutely. I haven't eaten yet, wait for me to finish eating. Jianghai looked at the 4 excited old men in front of him and couldn't help but say helplessly. Then he wanted to let them in, but the 4 of them didn't want to go in. Instead, they sat directly on the chairs outside the villa and chatted there. As for Jianghai, after entering the room, he first had dinner with everyone. Then he apologized to Aphrodite because he didn't know who to say it to, so he could only let Aphrodite do it for him. Chapter 546. No need to apologize, I think she'll be happy to wait for you. Hearing Jianghai's words, Aphrodite smiled. There were only a few grapes left to harvest tomorrow, so it didn't matter if Jianghai or someone else was absent. Hearing her words, Jianghai couldn't help but be a little speechless, but he didn't refuse. Instead, he smiled and touched his nose, then packed his things and left. The 5 of them went fishing outside, so naturally, a lot of things were indispensable. For example, beer. 5 people sitting outside enjoying the sea breeze. If there wasn't anything to drink, who could stand it? For example, some snacks such as fish fillets, fish bones, and shredded squid were all produced by Jianghai. When Mrs. Philemon and the others had nothing to do, they would dry some and make some to eat as snacks. After all, the fishermen and cowboys were usually quite bored at work, so if they made a lot of food, they would naturally send it to Jianghai. Jianghai didn't care much about these snacks, but the girls liked them very much. Unknowingly, he took a big bag of things and 2 boxes of beer before leaving the room. As soon as he walked out of the villa, the 4 old men saw the beer in Jianghai's hand, and their eyes lit up. Although they were all foreigners, and although they were all Europeans, people liked to drink different things. For example, People in Western Europe like to drink red wine, people in Central Europe like to drink brandy, and people in Northern Europe like to drink vodka. People in South America like to drink fruit wine, people in the Caribbean like to drink rum, and people in the United States, because they were immigrants, drank more mixed drinks. But most people still like to drink beer, especially clear beer. It tasted good, wasn't expensive, and most importantly, didn't go to the head. They wanted to go fishing at night, but in fact, it was just a spur of the moment. They prepared some food and fishing rods, but they didn't prepare beer, but they didn't expect Jiang Hai to help them solve it. After loading these things into a four-wheeled vehicle, Jiang Hai took these things with Mayor Wallace and his three old fellows and drove to Jiang Hai's pier. Jiang Hai's pier was manned 24 hours a day. Of course, if it was a typhoon or something like that, they wouldn't stay here. But if the weather was good, they would still stay here. Jiang Hai had a total of 5 fishermen: Edward Anderson, Tommy Charles, Eleanor Cece, Andrew Christian, and Marlon Rupert. These 5 people usually worked in shifts. Because Edward Anderson was only one person, he would stay here for 2 days a week. The rest of the time, the remaining 4 people would take turns. Every week, one person would stay for 2 days, and the rest of the time, one person would stay for 1 night. As long as the radio was kept running at all times, there was nothing to do. Staying here was just watching TV, drinking wine, and playing with mobile phones. The night would pass quickly. Jiang Hai and the others had already called to inform them that they were coming over to play. Tonight, the one keeping watch here was Eleanor Cece. This big black man had already prepared a boat for Jiang Hai and the others. The boat was a small boat, just like what Jiang Hai said, but his boat wasn't small. Jiang Hai's small boat was the limit of a small boat. It was 11 meters long and could seat 8 people. Regardless of size, quality, speed, stability, and so on, it was the best choice. After it was shipped over, Edward Anderson had also remodeled it. The front was the driving room, and the 2 chairs in the driving room could be placed flat, which meant that they could sleep on them. The 2 rows of benches behind the driving room could be used to fish or pulled out to form a big bed for sleeping. In other words, if Jiang Hai and the other 4 were sleepy and wanted to sleep, they could sleep here, although it would be more or less crowded. At the back, there was a steel frame hanging on both sides. It could be closed directly and covered with a rainproof cloth. It was windproof and rainproof, and it was very stable. The most important thing was that this small boat had a built-in ice box. The fish that were caught could be placed inside to be chilled. Of course, before the fish were brought up, the box could also be used to cool the wine. It was really remodeled to suit Jiang Hai's intentions. Naturally, Jiang Hai's intentions were also very much in line with Mayor Wallace's intentions. After boarding the boat, the 3 old men were curiously touching left and right, while Mayor Wallace sat calmly at the side, looking at the performance of these 3 guys who looked like country bumpkins. It must be known that he used to be a country bumpkin in front of these 3 people. Now, the tables had turned. This feeling of exaltation was great. Jiang Hai didn't know Mayor Wallace's mood at this time. He just checked once, and there were no problems. The fuel tank was full, and so was the auxiliary fuel tank. After everything was confirmed, Jiang Hai started the boat and headed towards the open sea. Wow, this boat doesn't look big, but it's really good. Sitting next to Jiang Hai, one of the old men smiled and patted the edge of Jiang Hai's boat. Hearing his words, several people next to him nodded. By the way, Jiang Hai, I haven't introduced these old men to you yet. Since I'm free now, let me introduce them to you. Hearing the old men chatting happily, Mayor Wallace also came over and said to Jiang Hai with a smile. This is Gray Gary, a professor of economics at Harvard University. This is Wilcox Arnold, a trader who worked on Wall Street in New York, but now he has retired. He is mainly a consultant. If you want to invest in stocks, well, I won't let you go into the fire pit. Hearing Mayor Wallace's words, Jiang Hai also laughed. He knew that he didn't have the fate or luck. Investing in stocks. It's more like cooking. He earned his money 1 cent at a time. He would not use his own money to play such a risky game. Then Mayor Wallace introduced them. These 3 people used to be classmates with Mayor Wallace in college, and they were in the same dormitory. It can be said that their relationship is quite solid. Of course, they studied different majors, so after graduating from college, they went their separate ways. But after all, they were college classmates, so their relationship was still very close. When they were young, they often played together. Later, when they were middle-aged, they began to get busy, so they lost contact. When they were old and had nothing to do, they got in touch again. For the life of these old men, Jiang Hai is still very much in agreement. He estimated that he will be like this in the future. Whether it is in Huaxia or the United States, when a person begins to reminisce about the situation when he was young, it proves that this person is old. The 4 old men around Jiang Hai are naturally old, so reminiscing about the past is inevitable. After the introduction, the 4 of them began to boast about how powerful they were in the past and how they attracted the favor of the young girls. Then the other 3 would refute. If they couldn't refute, they would take the initiative to change the topic. Half an hour later, the beer was cold, so they ate snacks while drinking beer and bragging. After driving for more than 3 hours, Jiang Hai left his fish farm and came to the open sea area. It can't be helped. Jiang Hai's fish farm is too big, and in these 3 hours, these old men just talked most of the time and didn't drink too much. So they are still very sober now. After arriving at the place, they quickly began to get busy. They put the fishing rods on, hooked, and got lead. Jiang Hai also turned on the fish baiting light. At night, it is the time for most fish to hunt for food. Fish have the ability to attract light. When the colorful lights around the hole flashed, the fish under the sea would be attracted by these lights and run to the edge of the boat, making it much easier to catch them. After Old Man God finished setting up the fishing gear at this time, he also opened a big bag that they carried with them. There are a lot of things in it, but the most important thing is the insect repellent light and insect repellent bracelet. He also gave a pair to Jiang Hai. To be honest, in Jiang Hai's opinion, the best way to get rid of insects is 6-God or essential balm. However, maybe foreigners don't like this kind of smell, so few people in the United States sell this kind of stuff. After everything was ready, Jiang Hai also went to the bow and picked up his rather unprofessional fishing rod. After putting on the fishing line, he was ready to fish. Looking at Jiang Hai's movements, the 4 old men couldn't help but laugh. Jiang, although you raise fish, it seems that you don't know how to fish. There is an old saying in Huaxia, sharpening the axe will not delay the cutting of firewood. You don't even have something that suits you, how can you catch fish? The one who spoke was Gray Gary. This old man was a university professor. Naturally, he had a way with words. That's right, look at my things. This is Kevlar's elastic fishing rod. It's very elastic and light. This fishing line is also a good invisible fishing line. No matter how good the fish's eyesight is, they can't see this line. Only with this can you catch good fish. Wilcox Arnold, the wealthiest of the 4, saw that Gary had spoken, so he smiled and said, "That's right. This Wilcox's equipment is really good." Jiang Hai saw a set of fishing equipment. If he bought all of it, it would cost more than $10,000. One must know that this is $10,000, not 10,000 yuan. This means that this set of fishing equipment can be sold for this price in the United States. The price in China can be imagined. He has to admit that these old men are really willing to spend money. Let's try fishing. Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Hai also smiled. Originally, he didn't intend to steal the limelight, but being looked down upon by others is not his style, so he said to the four old men with a smile. Okay, let us teach you how to fish. The two people who catch the least will be responsible for grilling the fish. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the four old men also had an idea and immediately said to Jiang Hai. In their view, the person responsible for grilling the fish is definitely Jiang Hai. As for why it's two people, even if it's the four of them, there will still be a winner. Chapter 547. Jiang, although you have a fish farm, I can tell at a glance that you haven't fished at night. Seeing Jiang Hai sitting there and preparing to fish, Mayor Wallace and the others wouldn't let go of this opportunity to lecture the younger generation. Perhaps they were old and liked to take advantage of their seniority. Of course, Jiang Hai wasn't very disgusted by these old men talking there. They weren't arrogant, nor did they take advantage of their seniority. They were just a little long-winded. Jiang Hai still had to accept it. They were nothing more than looking for a reason to talk. Generally, people of their age, in addition to having common topics with old men of the same age, probably wouldn't have any common topics with young people. This was called a generation gap. Now that they saw a young person like something that they were very good at, they couldn't help but show off. Hearing their words, Jiang Hai just smiled and didn't say anything. Indeed, it was his first time fishing at night, but he didn't think there was any difference. After all, he was no longer the same person he was a year ago. He had fished at least dozens of times this year, and each time, he would catch more than a dozen fish. It could be said that he was already a veteran. Fishing could be said to be a breeze for him. How could he not know anything? However, since they were talking, just let them talk. Jiang Hai didn't want to listen to them. But soon, he knew that in fact, what these old men said still made some sense. Fishing at night was indeed not the same as fishing during the day. Although there were two fishing methods, the hand rod and the sea rod. The sea rod caught big fish, and the hand rod caught bait. However, at night, it was quieter, and the fish would be more daring to eat. Generally, big fish were all intelligent. When they saw bait during the day, they might not come to eat it, but the chances of catching big fish at night were much higher than during the day. In addition, the choice of rod, line, bait, hook, and so on were all very particular. The four old men were all using fake bait, while Jiang Hai was using clam worms, which were the best choice for sea fishing. However, after waiting for about half an hour, the four old men all got some fish, although they were not big, but Jiang Hai didn't get any. The old men hugged the fish and took photos before throwing them back into the sea. They were here to fish, not to catch fish. Therefore, other than the fish they wanted to eat, they would not casually kill other fish. This was also the difference between a real fisherman and an ordinary fishing enthusiast. In the eyes of some fishing enthusiasts, the fish they caught belonged to them. However, in the eyes of these experienced fishermen, these fish belonged to nature. If they wanted to eat it, it would be another matter, but if they didn't want to eat it, there was no need to bring it up. Today's fish is really weird. Jiang Hai said doubtfully as he pulled the fishing rod back and saw that the clam worm was still there. Gray Gary, who was the closest to Jiang Hai, couldn't help but laugh. We told you at the beginning, but you didn't listen. Now you know. Let me tell you, there are two things you did wrong. I guess you won't get anything tonight. First, the clam worm you used is indeed a good tool for sea fishing, but don't forget that it's night now, and there are very few kinds of fish with night vision. In other words, if you throw the clam worm into the water, it won't be able to see it, so how can it be hooked? Also, the float you used is an ordinary float, can you see it sinking? Looking at Jiang Hai, Grey Gary introduced the fish to Jiang Hai. After hearing his words, Jiang Hai was instantly enlightened. He had been raising fish for half a year, so he had some understanding of fish. Most fish indeed didn't have night vision, and their vision was very poor. The reason why they could hunt for food was mainly the movement of the water current and the smell. However, this was the sea, and the waves were moving all the time. Therefore, when the waves surged, the fish's senses would be much weaker. If it was daytime, they could still see the bait, but at night, they really couldn't see the clam silkworm, which was so small. The smell of the clam worm was naturally far worse than the fake bait, so it was inevitable that Jiang Hai couldn't catch it. Unless he changed to real bait, but Jiang Hai never used fake bait or real bait like small fish or shrimps when he went fishing. He only used them after he caught a few, so it was impossible to change the bait now. Looking at the appearance of the old men around him, Jiang Hai was somewhat resentful. These old men didn't say that they wanted to use him as bait. Moreover, Jiang Hai didn't bring any beef with him this time. Would he really have to return empty-handed tonight? Although he was a little depressed, Jiang Hai didn't think of directly using spiritual energy, which was too wasteful. Looking at Jiang Hai continuing to fish with the clam silkworm, the four old men couldn't help but laugh. It seems like their first choice for cooking has been determined. Seeing this, they couldn't help but laugh. They could feel the deep malice of these four old men. Jiang Hai also sighed, he was too useless today. If he knew this would happen, he would have brought some beef back. Just as Jiang Hai's heart was somewhat depressed, suddenly his pole sank, making him unable to help but laugh. Jiang Hai never had any skills when it came to fishing. The moment his fishing rod sank, he straightened it. He wanted to use his powerful strength to pull this guy up, but when he used his strength, he got a fright. To be honest, Jiang Hai had caught a lot of big guys, sharks, tuna, and everything else. However, he had never used so much strength and the fish didn't float to the surface. This was the first time. The fishing line straightened instantly, and Jiang Hai was also reeling in the line. Seeing this scene, the four old men who were talking and laughing at the side couldn't help but be shocked. Is it a big guy? Seeing Jiang Hai reeling in the line, Mayor Wallace knew how strong Jiang Hai was, so he couldn't help but ask in confusion. This fishing line is not moving at all. It doesn't look like he caught a big fish. It looks like he caught something. However, as soon as he said that, God Leslie shook his head and said uncertainly. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was very sure that this guy was jealous of him, and Jiang Hai was even more certain in his heart that it should be a big guy. Based on this pulling force, this fish should be more than a ton. More than a ton of fish. If it wasn't a great white shark, then it might be a whale. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai worked even harder. He had never caught a whale before. It turned out that Jiang Hai's fishing line and rod were indeed well matched. Although it wasn't the most expensive, it was indeed quite sturdy. Even with Jiang Hai's great strength, there was no trace of it moving at all. After about 3 minutes, Jiang Hai lost his patience and began to pull harder again. The four old men also surrounded Jiang Hai. With Jiang Hai's roar, the fishing hook under the water was directly pulled out of the water by Jiang Hai. However, when everyone saw what he pulled out, their stomachs were about to explode from laughter. 3 black lines appeared on Jiang Hai's head because it was really as God Leslie said. Jiang Hai really didn't catch a fish, it was a mass of seaweed. Looking at the seaweed in front of them that even the roots were pulled out by Jiang Hai, the the four old men laughed until tears came out of their eyes. Jiang Hai just stood there. His face was really embarrassed, but he couldn't say anything. "TSK, you can't catch a fish with seaweed. Let me use the seaweed to catch one for you. As the saying goes, even if you lose, don't lose." Jiang Hai looked at the seaweed on the ground with a disdainful smile on his face. He then picked up a piece and wrapped the fishing hook directly. Under the mocking gazes of these old men, Jiang Hai threw the fishing hook into the sea, but before throwing it in, he added a trace of spiritual energy to it. Originally, he didn't want to use this thing to bully these old men, but now it seems that if he didn't let them know what a socialistic successor was, they wouldn't know why flowers were so red. "It's not that I want to say this, but if you use the seaweed to catch a fish, it'll be our loss, okay?" Looking at Jiang Hai's expression, Grey Gary wiped the tears from his laughter and said to Jiang Hai, "You'll regret it." Jiang Hai glanced at the old man. He didn't have much confidence in the seaweed, but he was very confident in the spiritual energy. He believed that the spiritual energy wouldn't let him down. If that's the case. Seeing that Jiang Hai was still stubborn, Wilcox Arnold also clapped his hands and wanted to say something, but before he could finish, Jiang Hai had already exclaimed, "There's a fish." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the four old men once again ran to Jiang Hai's side and looked at Jiang Hai in surprise. At this time, Jiang Hai's fishing line was straight again. Seeing this, the four old men looked at each other. "It can't be seaweed again, right?" God Leslie, who had already predicted it once, said after hesitating for a while. "No, this time the fishing line is moving, it's indeed a fish." But hearing his words, Mayor Wallace also said, "But why is it moving so slowly?" Hearing Mayor Wallace's words, Grey Gary also had some doubts. Listening to their words, Jiang Hai's heart was actually a little drumming because he felt that the strength this time was similar to the last time. It was also a ton of weight, but Jiang Hai didn't know the specifics. He could only slowly retract the fishing line. As the fishing line was pulled out of the sea, a huge dorsal fin appeared in front of Jiang Hai and these old men. Looking at this huge dorsal fin, Jiang Hai was a little confused. Another shark. But this dorsal fin looked a little different from a shark's. Just as Jiang Hai was puzzled, Mayor Wallace suddenly shouted with an excited face. He had been here for many years. At first, he was a little confused, but soon he recognized it. "This is a mola, a mola." Mayor Wallace shouted as he pointed at the big fish that was getting closer and closer to the boat. Chapter 548. Sunfish, also known as flipper, mambo, and head fish, was a type of fish in the class Teleost. There were only 3 types in the world. There were very few suborders, but their distribution was very wide. Almost all the tropics, subtropics, and even temperate and cold zones of the world had this type of fish. In the sea, this type of fish was not well known. However, this type of fish still looked very scary. Its body length was only about 3 to 5 meters, but its weight could reach 3.5 tons. This type of fish had been discovered and famous a long time ago because this type of fish could not swim like a normal fish. It only knew how to swim with its fins that looked like small wings. Its tail fin was so small that it could not be seen, so it looked like this type of fish had been cut in half. In the beginning, on the internet in Huaxia, some people called this type of fish strong. However, it was later proven that this type of fish grew up like this. This type of fish was distributed all over the Atlantic Ocean. According to the name in Boston and the United Kingdom, this type of fish was also called the ocean sunfish. The Spanish called it the moonfish, the Germans called it the swimming head, and the islanders called it the mambo. The reason this type of fish was called the sunfish. It was because this type of fish would float up and turn sideways, and sunbathe in the sea, so it was also called the sunfish. This type of fish could be considered the sloth of the ocean. It swam very slowly, basically floating. It was really like rowing a boat without oars, only relying on the waves. However, don't look at this type of fish. It looked strange, ran slowly, and looked like it was easy to catch. This type of fish was indeed easy to catch. However, this type of fish was not an endangered species. There were two main reasons. First, this type of fish was really good at reproducing. A female fish could produce 300 million eggs every time it laid eggs. Well, it was no longer a question of whether it could reproduce, but it could reproduce too much. With such a huge amount of eggs, even if the survival rate was 1 in 10 million, it could still survive 30 fish, not to mention it was not that bad. 1 in 10 million could survive 300 fish, which was about the same amount. This was already very scary. And the other reason why this kind of fish was not endangered was that their meat was really too disgusting. As a fish, the sunfish ran so slowly. How did it defend itself? It was mainly due to its tough skin. Its skin was impenetrable, impervious to fire and water. Sharks, sea lions, killer whales, no matter what kind of marine animals it was, could not break its skin. This was its strength. Therefore, generally speaking, the predators in the ocean would not take the initiative to find trouble with the sunfish even if they were hungry because they couldn't bite them at all. At most, some sea lions would bite off their fins to play with them. Mammals were smarter. Not only did they want to eat, but they also wanted to play with them. However, they could only bite off the fins and throw them out of the water like frisbees to play with. The lightest adult mollusk weighed 1.5 tons, and the heavier ones weighed more than 5 tons. No sea lion could lift this kind of fish. Under the thick skin of this kind of fish, its meat was also very unpalatable. It was really disgusting. Humans wouldn't eat this kind of thing anyway. Even the perverted Yamato people kept a respectful distance from this kind of fish. Among humans, there was consumption. That was why they were on the brink of extinction. Just like elephants, bluefin golden spears, sharks. Some people ate these things. There was a market for these things, so people would hunt these things for fun. However, no one ate the sunfish. Moreover, one weighed 5 tons. How many other fish could one catch if they caught one for fun? If fishermen caught this thing, they would cry. Therefore, this kind of fish was not a protected species. However, it had to be admitted that this fish looked quite cute. Compared to its big square face that could be used as an emoji pack, it really complemented its small eyes. Look, you caught a fish. Such a big fish. You lost this time. Although this fish can't be eaten, Jiang Hai still managed to catch a fish. Moreover, it was such a big fish, so he couldn't help but show off a bit. Let's compete in fishing. Are we competing in size, length, or weight? Pulling the fish, Jiang Hai squatted next to the boat and said to the 4 old men with a smirk on his face. Looking at his smirk, the 4 old men looked at each other and said in unison, "Let's compare the number of fish." What a joke. What was the point of comparing weight with this guy? 5 tons of fish, even if their hands were to break, it would still be impossible to catch a fish that weighed 5 tons. This Jiang Hai was really not cute, he even touched the pot that didn't boil. Hearing the shameless words of the 4 old men, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be speechless. Okay, you win. Take a picture. Looking at Jiang Hai's stunned expression, Mayor Wallace also smiled. Then he took a picture of Jiang Hai. After taking the picture, Jiang Hai took out the hook and put the fish back into the sea. This fish was the same as the sea turtles. They both specialized in eating jellyfish. Although jellyfish were also a member of the sea, fishermen like Jiang Hai did not like jellyfish. This was because when jellyfish passed through the sea, not even a blade of grass could grow. Any marine life that could move would become jellyfish's food. And the most important thing was that many jellyfish were poisonous. If you accidentally caught a jellyfish while fishing and were stung, it would be life-threatening. Therefore, these creatures that could deal with jellyfish were very important for fishermen. Of course, there were also some crazy people who would kill sea turtles or mollusks for fun and to sell them. But after all, such crazy people were only a minority. Jiang Hai looked at the mollusks that were gradually sinking to the bottom of the water in front of him. His original depressed mood was swept away. It seems that spiritual energy is still useful. Because he was already confirmed to be the first, no one would compete with him. Then he took a fake bait from Mayor Wallace and began to fish. Jiang Hai's strength was indeed strong. When others were fishing, they had to fight with the fish, but Jiang Hai only had one word. Lift. First, he reeled in the fish and brought it to the surface. Then he lifted it directly. No matter how big the fish was, it couldn't escape. Of course, there was no ridiculously big fish. Big fish also needed to eat big bait. They were not interested in small fish. The fake bait brought by Mayor Wallace and the others were not big. It was not a problem to catch some fish that were 30 to 50 centimeters long. But it was impossible to catch anything that was too big. With the addition of Jiang Hai, the first fish was a barracuda known as a sea wolf. However, compared to the ones caught in the Caribbean Sea, the ones in Boston were much smaller. It was only 70 centimeters long, but it was enough to eat. After the fish was pulled up, Mayor Wallace had already beaten the fish to death. These fish were very aggressive. When they were on the boat, they would be bitten if they caught them with their bare hands. They were only here to play, not to donate blood. It was better to beat them to death. After beating them to death, they threw them into the ice house of the boat. After they finished fishing, they would clean them up and eat them together. They would not put such a big fish back. If they were 10 or 20 years younger, maybe these old men would really fish for the whole night. However, their energy was limited now. After fishing here for about 3 hours, which was around 1:00 in the middle of the night, they were already a little tired. Then everyone discussed and decided to end it for today. After turning off the fish bait light, Jiang Hai drove the boat back to the dock. At the same time, the old men set up an electric grill in the cabin and began to roast the fishes that they caught. The fishes that the old men made tasted very good. Jiang Hai also ate very happily. He ate, drank, and enjoyed the sea breeze. The 4 old men obviously had a good time. If it wasn't for the fact that Mayor Wallace had to drive in a while, maybe he would also drink. When the sun shone on the sea on the first floor, Jiang Hai's boat also arrived in front of his dock. After arriving at the dock, they got off the boat. After tying the boat, the 5 of them rode the 4-wheeled motorcycle back to Jiang Hai's villa. After arriving here, the old men were quite satisfied with tonight's sailing. Although they were sleepy and tired, they still kept giving Jiang Hai a thumbs up. Speaking of which, they haven't been so happy in a long time. Mayor Wallace, who was able to show his face in front of his old friends, was also proud at this time. He was obviously proud to be able to make his old friends so happy. After chatting for a while, the 4 old men got into the car driven by Mayor Wallace and left Jiang Hai's house. After the 4 of them left, Jiang Hai couldn't help but yawn. He then slowly walked into the villa and gently closed the door. He signaled with his eyes that Jiang Hai and Xiao Bai, who had woken up, to go back to sleep. Jiang Hai then went upstairs. Since these little guys became familiar with this place, they didn't go to Jiang Hai's room to sleep. Instead, they preferred to stay in the hall on the first floor. It was bigger here, and they didn't have to wait for Jiang Hai to open the door in the morning. So they had been sleeping here for a long time. When they saw that it was Jiang Hai, they lowered their heads again and continued to sleep. Jiang Hai returned to his room, but as soon as he walked in, he found that someone was lying on his bed at this time. As the rising sun shone on the person's face, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be speechless. Because he knew this person, Paige Hall. It seemed that the one who was going to find him in the hot spring tonight should be her. "You're back, do you want to take a bath?" Hearing the sound of the door closing, Paige Hall, who was sleeping, rubbed her eyes. After seeing that it was Jiang Hai, she couldn't help but ask Jiang Hai with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also chuckled. "Together. Okay." Chapter 549. "Hey, Paige, I heard that you're not feeling well today. How are you? Are you feeling better?" Inside the winery, Dulles Gerard couldn't help but smile when he saw Paige Hall walking over. He had been working with these girls for half a year. To be honest, Dulles wasn't satisfied with these girls at first because he felt that they had never done this before. They were clumsy, and he heard that they weren't very disciplined in the past. According to his understanding, these girls might be Jiang Hai's personal cough. With this layer of relationship, coupled with his prejudice against women, he felt that God knows how well they would take care of the grapes. So at first, Dulles was a little dissatisfied with these girls, and his words were a little harsh. But what surprised him was that these girls all endured it. Although they didn't know anything at first, they did a good job later. Whether it was taking care of the grapes, removing insects, watering, etc., they all did a good job. In his opinion, the reason why these grapes could grow so well was inseparable from the girls' care. Of course, what he didn't know was that it was mainly due to the spiritual energy. Dulles Gerard, who didn't have any children, also regarded these girls as his daughters and granddaughters, and usually took care of them. Today, when Aphrodite came, Paige, who lived with Hilda, had a headache. So when she rested at home for a day, she was still a little worried, but fortunately, she came over in the afternoon. "Oh. It's much better." Hearing Dulles Gerard's words, Paige Hall nodded a little awkwardly. Only she knew that she didn't have a headache or anything like that, but, "How is it? Did you succeed?" Looking at Paige, who came over to help, Dana Taylor quietly walked over and whispered to her. Hearing her words, Paige looked around and nodded shyly. "Hey, well done. How many times did you and Jiang do it?" Looking at Paige's appearance, Dana Taylor smiled, then clenched her fist and punched her palm. Then, as if she felt that her action was a little too big, she immediately retracted her hand and continued to whisper to Paige. "Normally, I seem to do it 3 times, Jiang Hai once, then in the mouth and behind, and Jiang Hai once. I can't remember." Hearing Dana's words, although Paige's face was very red, she still hesitated for a moment and said to Dana, Wow, to have such results in the first battle, it's really worth celebrating. I saw Aphrodite go to find Shara at noon, it should be her tonight." Sigh, Jiang Hai didn't come over, I'm missing him again." Hearing Paige's words, Dana's eyes lit up, but then she sighed. Jiang Hai didn't come today, it seemed that she had to wait for something to happen. "Well, I miss him a little too." Hearing Dana Taylor's words, Paige Hall also raised her head and looked at Jiang Hai's villa in the distance. At this time, Jiang Hai was sleeping soundly in the villa. On the other side, Bernice, who was helping, was looking at Paige Hall and Dana Taylor. Although she didn't know what these women were doing, her sixth sense told her that these women were up to no good, and this matter might be related to Jiang Hai. Although she had fallen asleep last night, she vaguely seemed to have heard something. She glanced at Daliana and Marian next to her. These two little girls probably knew something, but although they were very close to her, they were in the same trench as Aphrodite. Looks like I have to check it out. Bernice muttered softly and lowered her head. Sister. What did you just say? Xiaoya whispered to Bernice, probably because she heard Bernice's words. Oh. It's nothing. It's fine to tell you. I feel that something different has happened between Aphrodite and Jiang Hai recently, so I'm going to check it out. If you have any clues, remember to tell me, but don't tell Delina and Marian, they're most likely in cahoots with Aphrodite. Originally, Bernice was not prepared to tell Xiaoya, but after thinking about it, she was a little weak, so it was better to find another person to help. Jiang Hai, Aphrodite, and the others. Well, I understand, sister. Hearing Bernice's words, Xiaoya was a little confused, but she still nodded in agreement. Then they continued to work. Without Jiang Hai, the work that could have been done in the morning was finished in the evening. Now all the ripe grapes in the vineyard had been harvested. These grapes would be brewed into wine. According to Dulles Gerard's feeling, the grapes harvested these days, if used to make wine, could be brewed into about 100,000 bottles. Although 100,000 bottles was not a lot for such a large vineyard, after all, this was only an initial attempt. According to the time, after this autumn, winter, and next spring storage, the new wine next year should be able to try participating in wine competitions around the world. For Dulles Gerard, he disdained to participate in some small competitions. He would only participate in the top-level competitions. He had participated in the top 4 wine tasting competitions in the world. And he had also won awards. This time, he felt that the wine he brewed might have some problems with the sugar fermentation. But other than the dry red wine, he was still quite confident in the other types of wine. According to his thinking, the new wine for the new year should not be a problem to get into the top 10. If the opportunity was good, it could even win a small award. This could be considered as the initial opening of sales. As he packed up, he studied the wine tasting that he could participate in next year. Currently, the 4 most authoritative international wine competitions in the world were the Brussels International Wine Competition, the Miguin Wine Competition, the Bordeaux Aquitaine Wine Competition, and the Wine International Grand Prix. In addition to these 4 competitions, there was also the Japan International Wine Challenge, which was specially for Asia. It was also very famous recently. But Dulles was not prepared to participate in this competition. He knew that his boss was not very interested in this country. As for the first 4 competitions, if the timing was arranged, the Brussels and Miguin wine competition would be very good. One was in April, and the other was in May. But everything had to wait until the new wine was brewed and he tasted it. After all the grapes were harvested, they removed the vines and threw the grapes into the wooden bucket as usual. Then, Bernice, Xiaoya, Daliana, and Marian jumped into the bucket and started to work until everything was done. The sun had already set. While they were busy, Jiang Hai was sleeping comfortably on the bed. Oh whoa! Just as he was sleeping soundly, his cell phone suddenly rang. When he heard the phone ring, Jiang Hai was startled. He looked at the phone in a daze. He didn't sleep last night, and he was busy for a while this morning, so it was natural for him to feel a little sleepy. So he slept from this morning until now. If it wasn't for the phone ringing, he might have continued to sleep. Hello. Jiang Hai put the phone next to his ear and said to the other side of the phone. Hello, is this Jiang Hai? The phone connected, and a familiar Mandarin voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, it's me, Yunfei, what's up? When he heard the familiar voice, Jiang Hai wiped his face and looked at the caller ID. Huang Yunfei. This person might be unfamiliar, but Jiang Hai was very familiar with him. He was his childhood friend who worked in the hospital. When he came back to China, he would come and play with them. Is it night over there? Are you still sleeping? No, isn't it only 12 hours? Listening to Jiang Hai's weak voice, Huang Yunfei on the other side of the phone asked curiously. At this time, it was 6:00 in the morning in Huaxia. He deliberately called Jiang Hai at this time. Oh, I went fishing last night. I didn't sleep all night, so I made up for it during the day. What's the matter? Rubbing his eyes, Jiang Hai glanced at his watch. It was indeed getting dark. He sat up and asked Jiang Hai. Well, I don't know if it's convenient for you. I'm getting married in November. Do you have time to come back? After hesitating for a moment, Huang Yunfei said to Jiang Hai. After so many years of friends, it was impossible for him to not tell Jiang Hai about his marriage. Whether Jiang Hai came back or not was his business. Hey! You're getting married. Congratulations. Is it with that? When is it? Hearing Huang Yunfei on the other end of the phone say that he was getting married, Jiang Hai woke up in an instant. He immediately said it twice and then asked with some doubts. Ahem, what do you mean by that? I only have one girlfriend. October 4th, Sunday, August 22nd of the lunar calendar. Do you have time to come back? Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Huang Yunfei on the other side immediately changed the topic. It seemed that the bride-to-be was by his side. When Jiang Hai heard what he said, he did not expose him but laughed. This Huang Yunfei, Jiang Hai still knew very well. Because his family studied medicine and was also in the hospital where he was, after graduating from college, he first became a nurse and then a doctor. When he was a nurse, he went directly into the operating room. When he first started working, his income was quite good. Later, he relied on his connections to get a doctor's qualification certificate from a nurse. Instead, he was a little more relaxed. Although he would still perform surgery, it was more to get his qualifications. Qualifications were very important in the country at all times. Of course, what was more important than qualifications was prospects. Chapter 550. Hospitals. Generally speaking, in the hearts of adult men, there were always two sides to hospitals. Firstly, it was a serious place to save lives. Secondly, it was because of some Japanese literary romance and action idol dramas. Therefore, when hospitals and nurses were mentioned, there would always be a feeling of a train passing through a cave. Sob, 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 sob. After all, everyone had a cup of tea, a glass of wine, a computer, and a hand in their youth. Even Jiang Hai would appreciate it from time to time. There were many serious stories that happened in the hospital. For example, there were ancient animations that old drivers often appeared in. There were also some nurses in the animations. Cough, the hospitals in China were naturally not like some movies or animations. However, the level of the staff was indeed a little too liberal. Of course, no matter where it was, there would be good people and bad people. This was inevitable. Huang Yunfei couldn't be considered a good person, but he couldn't be considered a bad person either. He was rich and good-looking. He was more than 180 centimeters tall and had some back view at home. He was indeed quite popular with women. Jiang Hai knew that when he was in medical assistant school, he had already changed girlfriends 4 times. He had also messed around with others dozens of times. Basically, it was with different people every time. How did Jiang Hai know? Because this guy was really something. He actually took photos of all of them and even showed them off to Jiang Hai and the others. He really deserved to die. After that, for the sake of his reputation, he only spent some money and went to the bar to look for girls for a night. He could be considered to have a fixed girlfriend. However, when he had a girlfriend, he would still secretly go out and look for a few girls. For example, when he went for a meeting or went to the office for a meal, it depended on who he was talking to at night. If it was a male colleague, the two of them would go out and spend money to look for professional women to learn from each other. If it was a female colleague, they would go to the hotel to talk about work. He did not know if it was because of the pressure in this line of work or because they were rich and had nothing to do. Anyway, from Jiang Hai's perspective, it was indeed quite messy. In the end, he and his girlfriend broke up and reconciled because of third place, fourth place, fifth place, and so on. Before Jiang Hai came to the United States last year, he had just confirmed that he had broken up with his girlfriend. In less than a week, he found another teacher in the school. It was said that someone introduced him to her. As for whether he was married to her now, Jiang Hai was not sure. Sure, no problem. Anyway, he was going back to China during the Mid-Autumn Festival. It didn't matter if he stayed for a few more days to attend a wedding. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai smiled and agreed. After all, the two of them were relatively close. When Jiang Hai's family was in trouble, his friends wanted to help Jiang Hai, but Jiang Hai didn't agree. Other people's money will always belong to other people. You can't touch other people's money because of your own family's affairs. Jiang Hai was quite stubborn. Perhaps it couldn't be seen now, but 2 years ago, he was very stubborn. When his family was in trouble, people like Fu Yuan and Huang Yunfei all said that if he needed help, he could ask them for help. However, Jiang Hai would rather sell his house than borrow money from others. He would rather starve to death than borrow money from others. He was a person who didn't have the bone to borrow money from others. When he was in school, he would forget to bring money for food. If he forgot to bring money, he would starve. He would never borrow money from others. If he didn't have money to buy water, he would thirst and endure it. Logically speaking, friends shouldn't be like this, but Jiang Hai was such a person. He was used to enduring everything by himself. He wasn't used to complaining about being poor in front of others. He just liked to endure it. Fortunately, Qi Li's mother helped him back then. Otherwise, who knew what would happen to Jiang Hai now? Then when are you coming back? Huang Yunfei didn't expect Jiang Hai to agree when he made this call. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Hai would really come back to attend his wedding. Huang Yunfei was also quite moved for a while. He immediately asked Jiang Hai. Needless to say, his old friend specially came back from the United States to attend his wedding, so he must treat him well. I'll probably be back on October 2nd or 3rd. I'll call you then. He calculated in his heart. The Mid-Autumn Festival was on September 27th. He heard that Ai Xiaoxi's home was in Lu Province. She would probably be there for at least a few days. Even if he could leave on the 11th, there probably wouldn't be tickets or something like that. After all, there would be quite a lot of people. Since the country started to waive highway fares on holidays, the number of people who went out to play these days had increased. If he went back at that time, he would probably be stuck on the highway. He could leave on the 2nd as it was faster to take a plane. Okay, let's get together when you come back. Hearing that Jiang Hai had set the date, Huang Yunfei on the other side also said with a smile. After finalizing the date of going to the wedding on the 11th, Jiang Hai also hung up the phone and looked at the discussion groups in his WeChat. He was really too busy in the past few days and the news had already spread. Throwing the phone on the bed, Jiang Hai also sat up. After wiping his face, he went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out, Little Ye and the others were already preparing food in the living room on the first floor. Hey! Jiang-hai, you're up. Seeing Jiang-hai coming down, Aphrodite and the others said immediately. That's right. What a good sleep. Hearing her words, Jiang-hai also smiled and looked at Page Hall over there. After hearing Jiang-hai's words, Page Hall blushed and turned her head away. No one knows better than her why Jiang-hai slept for so long. Are you going to take a shower later? Hearing Jiang-hai's words, Dana Taylor couldn't help but look at Jiang-hai and ask. In a while, go ahead. Hearing her words, Jiang-hai didn't need to think too much to understand what she meant. Men's physiological conditions are like this. Even if they just did something before going to bed at night, they will have such an impulse after waking up. Now hearing Dana's words, Jiang-hai said with a smile. Hearing Jiang-hai's words, Aphrodite also looked at Sheila Rodney in the distance. It should be her tonight. Hearing Jiang-hai and Aphrodite's words, Bernice, who had felt that there must be something between them since the day, couldn't help but frown. Her sixth sense told her that something must have happened if they were going to take a shower later. It's just that she wasn't quite sure what would happen now, but that didn't mean she wouldn't go and see. Dinner was over just like that. Winthrop in September was still quite hot. After eating a meal, Jiang-hai was sweating all over. Without saying anything, they went straight to the hot spring and prepared to take a shower. Everything was similar to the situation a few days ago. Jiang-hai took a shower first, while Aphrodite and the others took a shower in the women's bathroom. After a tiring day, to be honest, anyone would feel a little tired. After soaking in the hot spring, they felt even more tired. While everyone was taking a shower, they only saw Aphrodite nod to Sheila Rodney, and the latter quietly went ashore. Watching her leave, Bernice also made a mental note, but on the surface, she still pretended as if nothing had happened and soaked there. After about 10 minutes, she quietly went ashore. She wanted to see where Sheila Rodney went. But after looking around the women's bathroom, she didn't find Sheila Rodney's whereabouts. She also looked in the bathroom, and most importantly, Sheila Rodney's clothes were still here, which meant that she didn't change her clothes and leave. This made Bernice a little curious. Maybe a woman's sixth sense was really accurate. Unknowingly, she walked out of the women's bathroom and then came to the men's bathroom. Looking inside, Bernice's pupils unconsciously dilated in an instant. In her eyes, Sheila Rodney, who had disappeared for more than 10 minutes, was in the men's bathroom changing room. Her hands were on the wardrobe in front of her, and her whole body was red. Jiang-hai was holding her waist. There was no need to say what they were doing. Looking at the scene in front of her, Bernice subconsciously wanted to rush in and question Jiang-hai, but suddenly she remembered, if she went, what would she say? In what capacity would she say it? Bernice and Little Ya are not as simple as they seem on the surface. They have their own secrets, and this secret, they are not ready to tell Jiang-hai, but if she rushed in now, then this secret would definitely be exposed. Thinking of this, Bernice's footsteps couldn't help but slow down. Then she stood by the door and looked at the two people inside through the crack of the door. At this moment, as Sheila Rodney's body shook, Jiang-hai also carried her back to the soft chair she sat on when she changed clothes and continued to attack. There was no way to say it. Bernice already understood this matter. She should have left here, but looking at the scene in front of her, her footsteps were a little stagnant. To be honest, although she was not young, she had not experienced this before. Looking at the action in front of her, she was very shy, but she could not move her feet. About half an hour later, as Bernice's body shook, her originally somewhat confused eyes returned to calmness. She glanced at Jiang-hai, who was still fighting in the room, and slowly walked back to the bathroom. When she soaked in the water, she couldn't help but want to close her eyes like before, but every time she closed her eyes, the scene just now would subconsciously appear in her mind, which made her very helpless and passive. "Damn Jiang Hai," Bernice muttered in a low voice. Whenever she saw Jiang Hai she would feel very uncomfortable, but she didn't have the right to stop Jiang Hai. However, if she didn't have the right to do so, it wasn't impossible to use other methods. Chapter 551. Woo, it's so comfortable to sleep. After stretching, Jiang Hai slowly sat up from his white jade bed. In the beginning, when he slept on this bed, it was indeed painful. Jiang Hai was used to sleeping on a soft bed since he was a child. He was really not used to this hard bed. However, after so many days, after getting used to it, sleeping on this bed was really quite comfortable. After getting up, not only did the speed of absorbing aura increase a lot, and the most important thing was that because it was a hard bed, his neck and waist did not hurt. He slept very comfortably. Throwing the towel on his body aside casually, Jiang Hai walked directly into the bathroom in his underwear. He turned on the tap and looked at himself in the mirror in front of him. Unknowingly, his beard grew a little longer. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, then made foam on his mouth, and shaved it with a razor. After 10 minutes, Jiang Hai returned to his most clean and tidy appearance. As for things like facial cleanser, Jiang Hai never used it. After showing a bright smile to himself in the mirror, a new day had arrived. Casually putting on the big vest and big underwear that he wore in the manor, Jiang Hai walked out of the villa step by step. But just as he walked to the door, he saw Bernice, who had finished her exercise, coming in from outside. At this time, she was wearing a tight black shirt on her upper body, just like what women usually wear when exercising in movies and TV dramas. In fact, it was just a slightly bigger vest. Ahem, when Jiang Hai said vest, everyone should be able to understand what it was. It was the kind of vest with the word grass on it. Her lower abdomen was completely exposed, and there were some fine beads of sweat on it. Her lower body was also wearing a pair of very tight shorts. It was about the same length as the average hot pants, but Jiang Hai did not see it. Two straight and slender thighs were exposed. Her long hair was neatly tied behind her head. At this time, she was wiping her sweat while taking out the headphones in her ears. When she saw Jiang Hai coming downstairs, she couldn't help but be stunned. "Have you been living too comfortably recently? You're not working today, and you're not going out for a run." After being stunned for a moment, Bernice ignored Jiang Hai, walked past him, and went to the kitchen. She opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of fresh milk, and drank it. This milk was produced by the cows raised in other manors nearby. Although there were many calves in Jiang Hai's manor, they were still very young. However, Jiang Hai was not interested in the milk of Angus cows. He was more interested in their meat. Forget about the milk. As for raising some cows, Jiang Hai had also considered it. However, he did not have any thoughts about raising a large number of cows. It was not bad to raise a few for himself to drink. In a few days, he had an appointment with Robbins Garcia to purchase this year's cattle. When the time came, he would just have to pick a few cows. Although Bernice was drinking in small sips, it did not take long for her to finish half of it before she stopped. "Hey, it's a run. If I wake up early, I'll go for a run. If I don't feel like running, then forget it." Scratching his belly, Jiang Hai sat on the sofa in the living room a little dispirited. He casually turned on the TV and started to watch it. In the early morning, there was really nothing. Other than some morning news, there were only some TV series replays. Recently, Jiang Hai had been watching TV series here. He still had some love for American TV series. When he was in China, he also watched American TV series, but to be honest, he did not like it very much because the plot of the protagonist in the American TV series was too weak. The most serious movie was probably a Prison Break, but it went astray by the time the third movie was filmed. The Walking Dead, known as the Doomsday Survival Guide, made the male lead quite depressed. The first episode was NTR. Jiang Hai couldn't stand this kind of film, so he didn't watch it. Later, he heard that the male lead had lost one of his hands. Jiang Hai expressed that he really did not like this kind of TV series where the protagonist was not invincible. And before he came here, the most popular American TV series in China should be regarded as a game of power. This American TV series was indeed quite interesting. The scenes were good, and it felt that the money to make one TV series was enough to make a movie in China. The rhythm was clear, and the imagination was not small. Who knows when one of the main characters would die? Most of all, this film was still a little, not suitable for people of all stages to watch. In the first episode, the king's wife and her brother were in the tower. It really attracted the attention of the otakus. However, after watching a few episodes, Jiang Hai lost interest. Because he watched the first few episodes, he did not figure out whether the protagonist was the illegitimate son or his father. Jiang Hai felt a lot of pressure, so he did not watch it later. After coming to the United States, he found that there were really a lot of American TV series. Now, when he was bored, he would watch them. The TV series he mainly watched were DC's superhero, Green Arrow, vampires, and falling stars. Now the TV series was Falling Stars, and this TV series was also about the apocalypse, but it was not about zombies. Instead, it was about the apocalypse where aliens invaded. The action effects were done very well, at least much better than the 50-cent special effects in China. What's the point of watching these things? Do you have something to do tonight? If you have nothing to do, accompany me to watch a movie. Looking at Jiang Hai sitting there watching the TV series, Bernice, who was holding milk, came over, glanced at the TV, and said to Jiang Hai, "Watch a movie." "What movie? Is there anything you want to watch?" Hearing her words, Jiang Hai froze for a moment. This was because Jiang Hai hadn't seen a movie for a long time. The last time he saw a movie, it was with his buddies. It had been many years, and at that time, his parents hadn't had an accident yet. Later, his parents had an accident, so he was not in the mood to watch movies anymore. Unknowingly, a long time had passed. Now that Bernice mentioned it, Jiang Hai was also stunned for a moment, because he was also a little interested. "I don't know, let's go and see it before we decide." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bernice directly rolled her eyes at him and said. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai snorted. "It's okay to watch a movie, but I don't know what time she picked." After watching TV for a while, Jiang Hai got up and made some breakfast. When breakfast was ready, Delina, Marian, Lilia, and Bernice, who had just gone back to sleep, also woke up. Everyone had a good meal. During breakfast, Jiang Hai also mentioned that Bernice was going to watch a movie, but unfortunately, Lilia had no interest in those dirty places. Delina and Marian told Jiang Hai that there were no movies they liked to watch recently, so they didn't want to go. In the end, only Jiang Hai and Bernice decided to go. Jiang Hai just shrugged his shoulders. After everyone had breakfast, Jiang Hai and the others set off for the winery. Although they didn't need to collect and step on grapes anymore, they still wanted to go and see if there was anything they could help with. After arriving, they basically did some small things according to Dulles Gerard's instructions, that's all. At the same time, Jiang Hai also told Aphrodite that he was going to watch a movie with Bernice in the evening. Aphrodite didn't say anything about this, Jiang Hai only hoped that she understood his words. After eating lunch at the winery, Jiang Hai and the others returned to the manor, in order not to let their evening life be occupied too much. Jiang Hai originally proposed to go in the afternoon, but Bernice said that she still had an article to edit and would wait until the evening. Unknowingly, night fell. At 5:00 in the evening, Bernice came out of the room and had dinner with Jiang Hai and the others. After that, Jiang Hai drove his car and took Bernice to the movie theater in Winthrop Town. In the United States, the marketing model for movies had been around for a long time. In the United States, theaters were basically private. As long as there were people, they would open a movie theater. Compared to watching movies at home, Americans were more accustomed to going to the movie theater to watch movies. This was also the difference in consumer awareness. Of course, the young people in Huaxia also preferred to go to the movie theater to watch movies, but how many people over 50 years old could you see in movies? People like Jiang Hai's parents rarely went to the movie theater. In their opinion, it was not worth it to spend money to watch movies. However, in the United States, from the old to the young, they really liked going to the movie theater to watch movies. There were thousands of people in Winthrop, so naturally, there were cinemas here. Originally, there were only 2 cinemas. One was smaller and cheaper, while the other was bigger and more expensive. The films shown inside were also different. The bigger one mainly showed blockbusters. Basically, it would show whatever was popular in North America and had just been released. As for the smaller one, it mainly earned money from young people because most of the seats were for couples. Most importantly, the movies that were shown were for people over 50 years old, whose hearts could not stand it, and those under 18 were forbidden to watch. The flow of customers was different, so it was not a loss. However, there were a lot of tourists coming in this month, which made many businesses interested in Winthrop. The other day, Mayor Wallace said that recently, they were talking about a large theater chain moving into Winthrop. Jiang Hai was not sure about the details, but he felt that he could collect rent again. After Jiang Hai and Bernice left the manor, they went to the big movie theater in Winthrop. Although they were a man and a woman, they were really not in that kind of relationship. Why would they go to the small movie theater? When they arrived at the big movie theater, they found that there were many people here. In addition to the locals, there were also many tourists and Huaxia tourists. After all, American movies in Huaxia had to be imported. There was a limit to the number of movies that could be imported each year. Some movies could not be imported, such as the famous War of the Zombies. However, movies like this could be seen here. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.